Soyez les bienvenus. Good morning. Welcome all colleagues. Welcome everybody. Добро пожаловать, коллеги. Рада вас видеть. Please, can I share my screen? Can we take down this slide? Melissa. Okay. Thank you. Добро пожаловать. Добрый день. Начинаем. So let us wait another minute or two. Participants are still joining. Good morning, everybody. Again. It's a good moment of the day when everybody is joining the school, coming to school, entering. Rushing to the class. Bonjour tous les collègues. Ravi de vous voir. Добрый день. Рада вас видеть. We wait another minute just to see if additional participants are coming. So if you don't mind, we will start. I want to greet, first of all, the participants, the resilient, resistant participants who reached the third day after these very intensive two first learning days with not a lot of new information. So a lot to digest, to read, to rethink, to decide, to move forward. And we are really happy to see that many are still with us. I want also to greet immediately our colleagues, interpreters, for all the work they have been doing these 3 days. So this is the third day. These 5 hours of intensive interpretation on topics that are also not necessarily easy, and the terminology, the flow also is sometimes, I know, quite complex. So I want to thank you all, dear interpreters. So let us then start. Really, we have then our last day of the training. And today we will be looking particularly at the very last part, remember, of the chain of 5 big steps, the presentation area. So visualization of the data insights, the presentation area. We will also have a very interesting part of this training day dedicated to use cases. And as already announced we were able to contact the European Commission Directorate General for Employment, and they kindly accepted at very short notice to come to join for a presentation on ESCO. ESCO is, as you know, the European Skills, Competences, Qualifications, and Occupations Taxonomy. ESCO has been undergoing a number of interesting and quite important changes, notably in the skills hierarchy. There is a new skills hierarchy, and many new terms are being identified and included in the taxonomy, notably terms related with green skills and others. As always, we try to just recall briefly our agenda of the day. And I use this opportunity to also greet the participants who have just joined from various countries, including from South Africa. Thank you for coming and for being the 3 days always here with us. Thank you very much, everybody, again. So we have, as always, this short opening, also with a poll with a number of questions, just to a little bit recall what has been discussed in the previous day, so on the 10th of June. Then we will have a very substantial training presentation, and as always with questions and answers in between. And it will go into the system components, as I already said, the visualization, so the presentation area. There will be also show cooking, visualizing occupation similarity. Then from 11:15 to 12, Dimitrios Pikios is joining. He's a very kind person from DG Employment, Director General Employment of the Commission. And yes, he's really a big, let's say, core person in the entire ESCO work or project. Then we have our coffee break, and right after we continue with show cooking, tableau, and exercise, and then hands-on analysis of web labor market. And to finalize the session, we will finish a bit earlier today, so we will have a final session dedicated to sharing the results of the discussion, or also of the exercises on analysis of web labor market data, final feedback, and closure. In the coming days, or maybe let's say next week, we will also be sending certificates to all of you, just for you to have a kind of a memory of this training. So this is just to recap, as always, the topics of the training. So today, the core topic will be visualization presentation area, ESCO use cases. We have 10 use cases, very interesting. And now I kindly ask Melissa's team to please put up our poll, prepare the poll. Before you put up the poll itself, let us just quickly take a look at the questions, so that you know immediately which are the topics that are discussed through this poll. So first question. Remember data lake and data warehouse. There was a discussion about this. So data lake and data warehouse, are they the same? Is this the same thing? This is one question. Then the second, which are the features that better define data lake? Third question, in the online job vacancy labor market, what is it that changes more rapidly? And then the fourth question for this opening session is about that notion of genome of jobs. You might remember from the case study of the second day, so in which we discussed skills are the genome of jobs. And then the question is, why is this notion important? So 4 questions, different type of questions, some more more, let's say, technical, and 2 more related with the case study of the day 2. So Melissa, Tim, you can put up now the questions. So data lake and data warehouse, are they the same? Thank you. So we have now 22 replies already on the screen. Four. I just want to greet again participants who are joining. Welcome to the 3rd day of the training. We have just started and we are now doing the usual poll. And this is the first question. If you still manage to take a look and think about it. So the question is, data lake and data warehouse, are these notions the same? Are these similar constructs? Data lake and data warehouse, is this the same? Yes or no? 24 replies we have. I just want to give one additional 10 seconds, maybe some of our colleagues joining. We have many colleagues joining. Maybe they still want to respond to this first question. Emad, Mustafa, they are joining. I just wanted to ask the interpreters, okay, we can, so that's the decision in any case is quite clear. So there is a very clear predominance of no. So everybody understood that in fact, yes, data lake and data warehouse are different notions, different constructs. Okay, so next question. I count very much, of course, on the help of our interpreters, French and Russian. The second question, which features better define data lake? You can choose up to 3 features if you like. Yeah, of course you are free. So different features are indicated. Descriptive data modeling, new data can start flowing anytime and will appear retroactively. Flexibility, scalability, rapid data ingestion, good for exploration and bottom-up approach. Then I will ask Alessandro and Mauro if they can tell us which are the 3 really most fundamental features of data lake out of these 6. Participants are voting.
Okay. In the meanwhile,
not yet, Alessandro. Just a second.
Sorry.
Let people vote, and then I will ask. This is just a way to recap a little bit some of the information, knowledge we acquired in the 2nd day. So we have 18 replies. Thank you. Okay, 21. Anyone else? 22. 24. I'm not voting because I'm co-host. I don't have the right to vote. Can you imagine? 25, excellent. Maybe then, Alessandro, would you like then to make a comment? If you would have to choose just the three really most fundamental, distinguishing and determining, which are they?
Okay, first of all, I will think about the differences between a lake and a warehouse. Then I will add the term data. And so thinking about a lake, I will think about, first of all, the flexibility. It's not a warehouse. It's not something rigid and really well defined or predefined. So flexibility, first of all. Then I will think about the fact that a lake can grow up and down because I could add water and remove water. So I will think about scalability. And as a third term, I will think about the fact that we added in our system a data lake to support us while collecting data, different type of data, and store so different data in a unique place. And so I guess that I will select the question related to the scalability of ingestion.
The data, rapid data ingestion.
Rapid data ingestion, yeah.
Can I ask Mauro the same thing, please? What is your perspective about the two most important features of data lake as opposed to data warehouse, Mauro?
Yes, I totally agree with Alessandro. So, first of all, we need to think to why we add the two component to the system, because like Alessandro has mentioned, I think we have to add two topics. First of all, the ability of the system to support the bottom-up approach, of course, because we needed to leave the data to speak. And so we need a data lake, because in the data lake we could ingest more data, we could ingest everything. Also because the data that we add are in different formats, for example. And the second main topic is, okay, no, we don't have only the bottom-up approach, but we need to support also the top-down approach. And in this case, the data warehouse, where we can store the data in the best format for the analytics, is of course the best approach. Of course, we have the two storage. We have a data lake with also where we can also store the noise, because also the noise in some cases is important, and the data warehouse where the data are stored in high quality, ready for the analysis, ready for data scientists, where we can support the BI service tools, a lot of other stuff. And today the topic is our goal is to cover this type of tools, this type of analysis.
You can show the next question, please, colleagues. Thank you. And we will go faster now. So the question is, in the online job vacancy labor market, what changes more rapidly between these three components: occupations, job titles, and skills? What is it that changes much more rapidly than the rest? Skills being the DNA of jobs are in fact the components that change very rapidly in different directions, different dimensions. Thank you very much. Next question. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Skills. And so the final question, the fourth one is, skills are the genome of jobs. Why is this notion important? Why does this matter? So the replies are, increasingly, skills are the unit of currency of the job market. Skills, not jobs. That's a trend. Skills express the job market's dynamics. Skills are the key to unlocking mobility within and between roles. And then mapping between skills and jobs offer a bridge between talent analytics and strategic workforce planning. And I think we will see from the use cases today examples of the very last one, the bridge between talent analytics and strategic workforce planning, some elements. Okay, 15 colleagues have voted, 17. There is a more, let's say, balanced decision here. Skills express the job market's dynamics, and the mapping between skills and jobs offer a bridge. And also this idea that increasingly the unit of currency of the job market is skills and not jobs. Skills is what changes more rapidly. Also related with tasks. Okay, we have 25, very good. Anyone would like to comment about this before we close the poll? If you want to say something, just unmute and take the floor. Okay, so let us move then to the next, let's move then to the next. So we now pass the floor immediately to our colleagues, Alessandro and Mauro, for the presentation. And thank you very much, everybody, for the participation. It's a way also to warm up a little bit our group of participants and to somehow recall a little bit some of the topics that have been discussed in the previous day. It's also a way to let our trainers get energized. It's another intensive day. And the floor is yours, Alessandro, Mauro, and thank you very much in advance.
Thank you to Eduarda, and good morning all. Welcome back to the third and final session. We are moving closer to the end of our journey. Just a brief recap of what we've seen in the last two sessions, and so what we are going to see in this final session. During the first days, together we passed through the system, the labor market, the big data for labor market intelligence system. So we presented you the main components, we presented you the methodology, how we collect data, how we deal with the noise, how we classify data, and then how we prepare how we are ready to prepare those data to be presented. So we made an overall view of the system. Then during the last session, the session of last week, with Mauro, we showed you in detail that, okay, we have seen how the system works, but how it works practically, because as seen, I want to recap the question that one colleague made during the first day. During the first day, one of your colleagues said, okay, but what is the difference between big data analytics and business intelligence? So the standard analytics that we are doing. Honestly, I really enjoyed this question. I guess it's really brilliant. And last day, during the last session, maybe we've seen what does it mean dealing with big data, trying to reduce them, to link them to a more structured way to analyze, and so try to prepare web data to be analyzed using, let me say, using standard, using some standard business intelligence competencies. So the goal of our system is to collect those data and link them. We have seen with Mauro how we use artificial intelligence, taxonomies, and so on, to link web data to a more structured data to be analyzed using business intelligence or something more advanced analytics competencies and technologies. Today, we will show you this final part. So now that we have prepared all the data to be analyzed, now that we have transformed web pages, chaotic web pages, into a more structured data set with observation and columns, now we are ready to deal with analysis. So we are ready to group those data, to add some more analysis on top of it, and so on. So before starting with this session, just let me recap you that, as said, we are a lot of people. It's really good to see how to see really such a big number of attendees even today during this last session. We know they are really long session, really hard session to be followed. We made our best with Mauro to make it as much interactive as possible, but really thank you to be there again. Please remember those really brief engagement rules. So please keep your Microsoft muted. We have a chat, so use it to put your questions. We will monitor it, and we will come back with all the answers during some specific moments during the presentation. That said, coming back to the initial presentation. Today, what we will see is to say, okay, now that we have created, now that we have prepared some data sets that are representing labor market within a certain country, how we can analyze, which kind of analytics we can do on top of it. And we will split it in the two main areas. The first one is a standard business intelligence analytics. So we can group those data, we can analyze those data over time, creating some standard dashboards and so on. We will present you some cases, and we will see how it's easy to make those kind of analysis after that the whole system, the labor market intelligence system, has ended its classification phase. And then we'll see how, like Eduarda mentioned during the last session, we'll see that we can put other questions on top of those data. Then the analysis that we can do are not strictly related to how we have structured data, but we can put other questions. So if we want to analyze green jobs, we can do it. We just have to come back to original data and make something. If we want to add a new question, we will see an example of question, something like, okay, can I compute something like an occupation similarity? So we've seen before the question about the transition, the skill transition between an occupation and another. Okay, so I can imagine that there is a relationship within occupation. Maybe my occupation can be closer to other occupations such as a data scientist, developer, and so on, than to others such as a sales manager. So we could imagine, we could compute something like an occupation similarity. How we can do it? We have data. We can come back to data and compute new insights, new metrics. And Mauro will show us how we can compute this kind of metrics. So we will evaluate together the occupation similarity. Is a new insight on top of our data. Then we will show you how to expose it, how to create dashboard, how we can graphically interact with our data. And then we have a good set of use cases that we have created, we have prepared in the last years. All of them are coming from our experience in Burning Glass and with the European Union and so on. We will present you some of them. We are not sure we want to present you all of them because they are a big number. We don't want to overload you. But thanks to the great work of the interpreters, we can leave all those, we have left all those examples, all those use cases within the presentation so that you come back to them and maybe if you want to deeper analyze them, we have detailed in several slides all the work that we have done in all those use cases. That said, let me introduce you how when and how we had the first need of a presentation area. And it was during the 2018, sorry. I guess it was around April 2018. We started our European project. We started collecting and analyzing some advertisements. And after 3 days of the startup of the system, we had those numbers. So we had more or less 400 online job advertisements collected all over the Europe. So we shared this screenshot in a WhatsApp group that we have with our colleagues saying, okay, guys, we have something in our system, but this something created us some issues, some challenges. The first one was that we needed a WhatsApp group to be really fast and efficient in our internal communication because we needed to keep track of how system was working. The second big challenge was that in the 3 days when we started the system on European countries, we collected the same amount of data that we have to deal in the previous 3 years just for Italy. A big increase of data. So not easy to be maintained, not easy to be managed, and even not easy to be analyzed. Of course, we had to give those kind of data to our analysts to check the quality of data. We had to share those analyses with our stakeholders, with CEDEFOP and so on. And so we said, okay, guys, we absolutely need something to share those data, to present this big amount of data to our stakeholders. So what we need is to define and create a presentation area. Presentation area is the final part of the KDD for LMI methodology that we presented. So we are in the final step. We have collected data from the web. We have pre-processed to remove noise and increase quality, duplicate, and so on. We have applied artificial intelligence to extract information, so to transform a job title within an ESCO occupation code. And then using a process, we have to an ATL, extract, transform, and load process. We have to convert this data that we have classified within something that we can expose, so within a presentation area. That said, how we define presentation area, what's the purpose of this layer? Presentation area has the goal to provide data in an analytical environment to support users across their different analysis needs, of course. The big challenge that we have to deal every day is that we have different stakeholders with different needs and different knowledges, and we have to find a way to satisfy all their needs. So we can have citizens that need to access data in a really fast and interactive way. So data that are ready to be presented, not to be analyzed. The citizen does not have analytical knowledges. So we need to find a way to expose it in a really simple way. But we have even decision makers that need something more advanced, so something more what-if cases, something more interactive, a more storytelling way to expose data. But we have even researchers that need a more granular way, does not need a dashboard, does not need a web portal, but need something more advanced to apply some econometrical models and so on. And so we needed to find ways to satisfy all those needs. So all the needs of the stakeholders of our data. Some examples of different needs and different approaches to our data can be found in those dashboards. These are really fast examples of what we collected during a hackathon made by the CEDEFOP during 2017. Those are some dashboards, some examples of what can be done on top of the data. During 2017, we shared with CEDEFOP some preliminary data, some phase 1 data, we can say, and CEDEFOP shared those data with some researchers across Europe. And here you can see some different approaches to how we can analyze data. The first example, you can see a really polite way to analyze data. So this is one of our standard approach. So a map using some numbers, really fast to be seen, really fast to be interpreted. But we have even our other examples. We can have heat maps, so something more detailed, more advanced, even in the kind of way to be analyzed. We can have some more structured portals with several analyses done, with several advanced analysis with KPIs merged in one page and so on. We can even have something more interactive and easy way to analyze data. So in this final example, we can just select an industry and see the distribution of advertisements across the regions of Norway in this case. So we can have different approach to analysis that can be done on top of those data. And we need to find the best way to support all those analyses. So we had to address those challenges. We had to find the best way to do it. And we had to answer, first of all, some questions. The first question we had to address was, okay, but which users will have to access our system and which navigation patterns will they follow? So we had to distinct our users in the groups that I said you before. So citizens, decision makers, and advanced analysts. But we have to address other questions. First of all, how data and users will interact with the content. So how users will use those kind of data. So how researchers will use those data, which kind of analysis will they do? Will they integrate those data with other data? So data coming from public administration, from official statistics, and so on. And of course, how to manage data governance, because we need to governate which people are accessing those data, which kind of analysis we are doing, to ensure that the data that we are published are consistent. So I need to ensure consistency between the same data that an analyst is using to produce an advanced report, a white paper, and the data that a citizen is watching, is analyzing, is looking within a web portal. So this is the goal, the main goal of our presentation area. And so, first of all, we try to say, okay, let's distinguish users in two main groups. The first group is data scientists and analysts, and the second group is decision maker and business users. So we kept apart the third group of citizens. We can say they are something like a different type of stakeholders because they don't need to interact with data. They just needed to be informed about something. But we split user in those other two groups. We can see, for instance, in data scientists and analysts, the daily work of me and Mauro. So people that need to access data behind and create new insights, create new metrics, apply econometrical models, or why not even some machine learning models and so on. We will see an example, I said before. So we'll see how Mauro, as a data scientist and analyst, will access data to compute a new metric. In our case, the occupation similarity. The second example, decision makers and business users, we can say we have another person that matches this group that is, for example, Eduarda. Eduarda for us is a decision maker or a business user. She needs a way to access those data, of course. She needs a way to analyze those data, not using a technical approach. I don't want Eduarda to need to know Python to access data and make her analysis, of course. But I need a way to make this data interacting and fast for Eduarda to be analyzed. So not passive data, not an infographic to be shown, this is data and stop, but something more interactive so that Eduarda or other decision maker can filter data, that can analyze those data across time and so on. We will show you some examples of this, even of this second group. So just to recap, we've talked about data scientists, so the Mauro-like example that will produce something customized and technical based matrix. So we dedicated a part of our system to those analysis. We have seen it last time, the notebook Mauro last time showed us how to use notebooks, so how to apply Python code, machine learning code directly to data to create custom interfaces, custom interactive dashboards, and so on. The second kind of stakeholder is the more, let me say, Eduarda-like, so a decision maker that needs self-service BI. So a tool that can enable Eduarda apply business intelligence. So have a question and extract an answer from the system autonomously in a visual-based investigation. So a dashboard, a more dashboard-like approach. So okay, where is Mauro?
Yes, we have a couple of questions, Alessandro, in the chat about the occupation similarity and also about the users. I'm starting from the second question, so from the question from Eduarda. Yes, of course, learners, teachers, and also the other example are, of course, users of the system and the user of the data. Of course, in this exercise, we have split the users in two main families, and about we use it as driver to run this split, the skill and the final needs of the user. So usually learners, teachers, and so on are not data scientists. So in this case, we have to build some tools to visually investigate inside the data, to create some dashboard, to use the data, but the data are already ready for the analysis. So for example, we can use some BI presentation tools, some infographic, and so on. The second family are people, are scientists, researchers with some with other skill. And in this case, we don't have to provide to this type of user some aggregation over the data, some data set where the data are already aggregated, but we need to provide the single record in the data, because in this case, the data scientist, the researcher could extract new insight from the data, but you know, in this case, we needed to access to the full data set, not to the aggregated data set. About the occupation similarity, yes, usually we compute the occupation similarity with the skills, and during the next 20 minutes, we will use some KPI over the skill, so some indicators to create visibility, to create this occupation similarity.
Thanks, Mauro. Regarding, in any case, career guidance specialists and so on, we have some use cases. I guess that I'll show you one example. We have this kind of analysis. We have a product, you can say, that we are applying on the Italian university market. And so I guess that I will present you how universities, in this case, are using our data to support career guidance, but even course degrees review and so on. So coming back to what we're talking about, I just told about the business, the self-service BI purposes of what we are exposing to our decision maker and business users. In this case, we we selected some tools. Maybe you know some of them. Some tools that can be used for this purpose are, for instance, Microsoft Power BI, Pentao, Tableau, and so on. In our experience, we decided to adopt the third one. So we are mainly using Tableau to creating our dashboard. All of them are quite the same, really similar as a data approach and technical approach. All of them are ready to use. All of them have a free tier, so you can use without a license, and have a really low time to market. So we can create a dashboard, a first dashboard draft really fast. In this case, our purpose was to be really interactive with our stakeholders. So we needed a way to say, okay, I'm developing a dashboard, I can expose it to my stakeholder. My stakeholder can come back with some new requests, and in a ping pong, in a really interactive way, we can say, okay, let me see what you need, discuss about it, I'll prepare you a POC, then I come back to it. So in a really interactive and agile way, we can create a dashboard. This is one of the approach that we had with Eduardo last year. We built a dashboard, we exposed it to Eduardo, to our stakeholder for Tunisia and Ukraine. We had something to add, something to edit, and in a really interactive way, we added new analytical patterns, new insights, new way to query data, to make questions to the data that we were exposing. Talking about on the other end, the data scientist part, so data scientist and data analyst part, we have more technical approaches. I guess that you already know Databricks. Mauro showed it as before. So in this case, the goal is to provide a more technical and stable tool and platform to our analysts to ensure that they have access to a powerful computational environment where they can just write code using a notebook. So write code, launch it, and see the result in a really fast and interactive way, even in this case.
Sorry, Alessandro.
Yeah.
Only to add more tools on this slide, because I think we have some data analysts and data scientists in the participant. Of course, Databricks and Amazon EMR are two of the best tools that we can use, but also there is also some open source tools that you can use for analysis. For example, Jupyter Notebook, Python, RStudio, and of course, Google Colab is another good tool. Of course, we have two big family: the tool where the open source tool and the free tool, and the legacy tool. Of course, when we speak about big data, it's difficult to process everything with open source tools, because it's not only about the cost of the environment, but also about the effort to build the environment. If you have to configure Spark, I don't know, Python, NLP libraries, and so on, it's not easy. So it's the reason that we presented to Databricks the Community Edition, because it's a tool already ready for the analysis. It's the reason that in our production system, if we have to run some big analysis, we start with an Amazon EMR cluster, because I don't have to keep care to the Hadoop configuration, the Spark configuration, but in 2 minutes I have the final environment ready, and I have only to concentrate and able to keep focus to my analysis. Of course, Google Colab, Anaconda, Jupyter are best tool, but you have to configure each single libraries to run your analysis.
Thanks, Mauro. So we have presented you the two main families of stakeholders that we have, and the type of approach, the type of presentation that we apply to them. So now let's see really fast some examples. Now we will, okay, you have already seen Databricks last time, so let's focus to the stakeholder, to the data analyst and decision maker and business user family. We have several examples in this way. We will show you some of them now and some of them after the break. I guess that you already know some of them. In this case, we can have several analysis dashboard, such as the dashboard that we realized with ATF for Tunisia and Ukraine. So we can just share it with you. So we are talking about, as said, interactive dashboards that are being created using Tableau, again, so the tool that I presented you. In this case, what you're seeing is one of the dashboards that we created. So it's a dashboard that is summarizing how the web labor market evolved in Tunisia since the 1st of April of last year. Again, this is an interactive dashboard. We can interact with it. We can, for instance, select if you are interested just in the last year. So in 2021, we can select the time frame that we are interested in, and we will see several insights, such as the number of advertisements posted by day. We can group it by week or by month, but we can have something more specific, so we can go down to the occupation. And again, in this case, we are talking about the occupation that Mauro has classified last time. So the ESC occupation down to a 3rd level, so 436 more or less different occupation, and we can group them by region, by province, by time, by working hours, type of contract offered, and so on. So in this case, we are talking about interactive business intelligence, so self-service BI, applied using a dashboard already created by us with the contribution of our international country experts and ATF. So in this case, we are just grouping data behind this dashboard. There is the big table that we queried last time using SQL. So there is a big table where each row is one advertisement, and for each column we have several information. We have sector, the occupation, and so on. So let me just okay. So what we are doing here is, as I said, again, self-service BI. So we are grouping data and exposing it. We will come back to what's behind this dashboard. So we'll come back to the table behind. We will try to make some self-service analysis together. Please note another thing looking at this dashboard. Currently, we are seeing software developers. This is an occupation. This is an occupation that has a specific ESCO code. So this is a specific ESCO occupation at the 4th level. It does not matter the language or the specific job title that was used within the advertisement. So I don't care about the fact that in these 1,800 advertisements, half of them were written in French, the other half in English, that behind this term, this occupation, I have 100 different job titles and so on. Now it does not matter to me in this phase during those analyses, because it will increase a lot of noise of data. I need a summarized way to analyze it. So in this case, what Mauro did during the last session was to detect the language and classify it. So currently we are using a taxonomy that's working across languages and even across countries, because I can analyze the same data for another country using the same taxonomies, so that I can compare different countries with different labor market cultures, with different languages and so on, just linking them to a standard and transnational taxonomy. Indeed, another example of data that we are producing are the data for the European Union. And in this case, I can show you Scale of 8. I guess that most of you already know it. I'll put the link within the chat. Skill of 8 is one of the outcomes of a project that we had with Cedefop during the last 4 years. And in this case, what we can analyze is how job market is evolving on the different of the 27 European countries. So in this case, I can specify a specific country, or I can use all of them. And what I can analyze are occupation at the first ISCO digit and the second digit, or I can go down, I can see different sectors and so on. But again, it does not matter the 30 languages that are adopted within Europe, as well as does not matter if you're talking about Northern Africa or Europe or Eastern Europe and so on. The same classification are adopted on our European analysis, for instance, the sector, and on the other analysis that we are doing. In this case, I can analyze the industry, and I'll find the same taxonomy adopted here. So manufacturing is the most relevant sector in Europe with a share of 29.2%, while in Tunisia is the third one with 3,000 advertisements. So I can compare all of data, not having to deal with languages to specific sector terms or job titles and so on. That's the power of having translated, of having converted big data, web data, within a more structured way. We have a lot of other examples that we can show you, of course. I don't want to expose you all of them in one after the other, just not to confuse you, but just to answer the question coming from Eduarda regarding training programs and the question regarding universities and so on. We have, as said, other projects, but again, we are talking about dashboards. So we are talking about business intelligence solution. In this case, what you're seeing is a tool that we have created for an Italian university. We have the same tool deployed for several Italian universities, where we have compared the course degrees program that in Italy are formalized within a specific document that must be signed and sent to the Italian Ministry of University. And we have analyzed the description of the training program with the corresponding labor market. So what we're seeing here was to say, okay, I have data regarding Italian labor market. Let me analyze your course degrees. So in this case, let me analyze your artificial intelligence system course degree. Let me check the corresponding market terms, the corresponding market within Italy, and let me expose you data coming from the Italian labor market. So what we provided to the university was, first of all, of course, a time trend, so the number of advertisements posted by month, just to have an idea of a big bunch of postings available. So the possible target market for students. But again, we want something more. I want to see, okay, but which kind of specific occupation are requested for from this university, from this course degree? And so we can dig in and see, okay, again, let me show you this analysis grouped by the ESCO occupation. I guess that my internet connection is slowing down. Let me, sorry, refresh the page. Okay, let me see if it's loading. So, which are the most requested occupations? So, for instance, the data scientist, as well as the artificial intelligence engineer, as well as the deep learning engineer, and so on. So, we have provided, we can say, the same information that we have shown you before within the ATF dashboard, but focused, okay, on the target market of that specific course degree. So, in this case, the most relevant market term requested from this course degree is the machine learning engineer. Again, we can show the same dimension, the same topics that we have shown you before. So the sector, the contract and the experience offered and requested, the geography distribution, and so on, as well, of course, as the skill mix. So which skills are requested for the occupation? So are my course degrees aligned to what the real market is looking for? So in this case, what we exposed to our stakeholders, in this case, the stakeholder is the course responsible, the course master, is okay, for each market term, I'm showing you, first of all, the skill mix split in hard skill, soft skill, and digital skills, saying that, okay, please note that you have more or less the 30% of soft skills. Are you training it? Are you training them? Or are you more focusing on digital skills because you are an IT-related degree? Or on the other end, a really interesting outcomes from this analysis was that for robotics engineer, the digital skills was just the 30%. So the course master say, okay, I did not expect it. What happened? What the course degree, what the market is looking for in terms of skills for those occupation. Okay, let's analyze it. Let's look what the labor market is looking. Okay, in this case, it's in Italian, and I understand, but what was looked for from labor market were hard skills related to machineries, so to technical diagrams. So in this case, a robotics engineer has even to understand about robotics, not only software programming. And in this case, the course responsible said, okay, maybe I have to add, I have to integrate the offer of my course degree, adding a new exam focused on robotics. So focused on technical diagrams, robotics behavior, and so on. So in this case, the system provided the feedback, just looking at what labor market is actually requesting to the specific professions. So this is one of the outcomes, one of the additional examples that we have in our experience. In this case, believe me, behind this dashboard, we have the same tables, the same structures that we've seen last time and we will see in the next of this session. So we have a big table where we have one row for each advertisement and the several columns. The same table that we have behind the ETF initiative. The same tables that we have behind the Skill of 8. The same tables that we have behind the EU Skill Panorama and other initiatives done by Burning Glass, done by IETF, done by European Union, and other examples that I'll show you after within our use case showcases. So coming back to the presentation, we have shown you some examples. Some of them are summarized here so that you have some references of what you can analyze and so on. But the main methodology that we have to keep in mind while creating those kind of analyses are the first step methodology. The first step the methodology for data visualization. First of all, we have to measure something. So we have to create a KPI that can analyze. It could be even a simple KPI. It could be even the market share across occupation is a KPI. We need to understand it, so we have to analyze it. We have to understand if it's working properly, if it's providing results that are expected or no. Then we have to describe and create a strategy on top of it. So we have to analyze it and say, okay, what this KPI is saying to me, how we can use it to create initiative, to create something, to activate an action. And then we have to rethink about it. So we have to come back to the first step and say, okay, I created it, I done something, and new questions are coming. So let's come back to the measurement. let's come back to the definition of KPIs to create new KPIs that can help me dig into our data. This is a standard approach that we apply. And now, I guess, I'll show you with Mauro a data lab. So we'll show you how we can create it and how we can create a KPI. In this case, Mauro will show us how to create an occupation similarity KPI. Thanks, Mauro.
Okay, thank you, Alessandro, for your introduction. Now I'm sharing my screen. Okay, give me 1 minute to prepare my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Yeah. Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, we will share this couple of slides. We have 2 slides with the KPI to create. So our exercise, like Alessandro has mentioned it before, it will be to create this occupation, to calculate, to compute this occupation similarity between the ICT occupation inside the ETF data. So we will try to use to compute this similarity an index. This index is called Revealed Comparative Advantage, RCA. It's not a typical index or metric used in the labor market, but it's coming from the data visualization techniques and also from some economic sector. And with this type of index, we can try to measure the equality or the disequality inside the 2 distribution of data. So how to use this and how to compute this index. Alessandro will show you in the next hour how to download the data from our data warehouse. For this exercise, I already prepared the data, and Alessandro will share with you the data set that we will use. But basically, the data set will be composed by only 2 dimensions: the country and the occupation, and we will have a distribution of the occupation inside the country of ETFs, so inside Ukraine and Tunisia. Of course, we will not use all of the occupation because of course, for the execution time of the computation, but also for the exercise, because remember, we need to compute the occupation similarity to try to build some bridge between the 2 occupations. Of course, it's difficult to build some bridge between 2 completely different occupations. So we will keep the focus only on the ICT occupation. How to define ICT occupation? In this case, we will use a taxonomy because you know we are using the ISCO taxonomy, ISCO at the level 4, and from Eurostat. We need to share the link. I put the link in our chat. So from Eurostat, we have a definition of ICT occupation, and when I speak about a definition, we don't have only a formal definition with sentences about ICT occupation, but we have also a list with all the occupation from the ISCO taxonomy at level 4 that we can use as ICT occupation. As you can see, we have the 4-digit of ISCO, so starting from the ICT, from the service manager at the 3rd level, we have some occupation at the 4th level with the system analyst, the developer, and so on. We have the database specialist, the system administrator. So we have, I think, 9 occupation at the 2nd level, so as professionals. And we have some occupation at the 3rd level about technician. Of course, this is the definition. So our data set, it's composed for this exercise of 16 occupation specific for the ICT sector. And of course, we will not use all the skill because in the skill, you know, we can find a base of skill, some hard skill, some other skill, but our focus for this exercise will be the digital skills. With a query, yesterday I extracted this data for you today. Alessandro will show you this query in the next hour. For now, we will use an aggregated dataset, so dataset already prepared for the analysis. So our goal is to try to compute this kind of measure. What mean this measure? Is a measure of this quality and the quality inside the distribution. What practically mean? We are trying to see if inside the occupation we have to compute for each skill, for each occupation, how is the importance of the skill, how is the relevance of the skill for this occupation. So it's not only the distribution, so it's not only a count of job posting inside the single occupation, but we try to compare the number of job vacancies that require this skill for an occupation with the entire data set. Because of course, if a skill is more frequent in my occupation, but this skill is not frequent in the global data set, it means that this particular skill it's relevant for my role, it's relevant for my occupation. So we will try to compute this measure with an interactive way for all of the occupation and of the skill. At the end of the story, we will have a data set with occupation, skill, and a measure of importance, a measure of relevance. And we will use this measure to compute the distance between two occupations. So the final data set will be composed by occupation 1, occupation 2, and a measure of a distance. So if the measure is this distance, this value will be height, which occupation are completely different. If this distance will be very slow, will be near to 0, these two occupation will be comparable. So we can try to build a path, a bridge between these two occupations. So let me to see you how to compute. So for this exercise, we are using Databricks. I already prepared the cluster. So this notebook is connected to my cluster. I'm using a small cluster with a community edition. So of course, you will have the recording of the session, and Alessandro will share with you the notebook for this exercise, so you can recompute the entire exercise offline. But let me to recap how to create this kind of measure, because of course it's difficult to understand, it's difficult to work with 400 million records in our data set. We have to try to aggregate the data and create some KPI over the data set. So first of all, I ran this query. Alessandro will show you how to run this query in the next hour. And I created a data set, as you can see, with the country, is the ISO code, so 2-digit about country. UA is for Ukraine, TN is for Tunisia, of course. We have the occupation, of course, we have the code of occupation from ESCO, and we have the label of the occupation at the 4 level, and then we have the skill. For this particular exercise, I extracted only yesterday the 16 occupation related to the ICT occupation, and my focus is on the digital occupation. So in the query, I put not equal to non-digital, because I want to keep the focus to the digital occupation, to the digital skill. So as you can see, I have from user computer, use script programming, work with www, so www, so work with internet, planting work, and so on. So first of all, I have to import this data inside the environment, and I want to keep sure that I have my 16 occupations. So first of all, I read my CSV files, and I imported the data inside the Databricks environment. And to compute the occupation, I can use two different countries, one single country. For this exercise, I keep the focus on one single country, so on Tunisia, as you can see, only to keep this exercise more simple. Of course, usually when we compute this kind of KPI, we don't only use the data inside the one single country, but we can compare the data between two countries. For example, as usual, we can try to compare the data, for example, in Italy with the UK, US. For SAT occupation is usual to run this kind of exercise, or we can use as benchmark the European market and compare this market with a single country. Or we could select some countries as a benchmark and compare with other areas and so on. Of course, we can also keep the focus not only on the country, but with a region inside the country. Because of about the location, usually we try to classify each job vacancy, we try to link each job vacancy not only with the country, but also with the region and the province, and when it's possible, also with the city, so with the single place. Okay, so when I have selected the country, my focus is to try to select the occupation and select the skill, because to compute the RCA, the revealed index, I need to create these two data sets, one with the occupation, so the list of occupation, and one with the skill. So I select the ESCO level 4 and the skill level 3. The skill level 3 is the more deeper leaf inside the skill graph that we can use. I remove a duplicate, so at the end of the cell number 9, I have a list of occupation with 16 values and a list of skill. My goal is to create all the possible combination. In computer science, all the possible combination is called cross join. So I run this cross join to compute a Cartesian product between the two data sets. So what is the product of this cross joining? It's a set with all the possible couple between occupation and skill. Also, we don't have only the possible couple of occupation and skill. We could have also some impossible couple, but to compute this measure of relevance between occupation and skill, we need to create all the possible combination. After the cross join, so after this Cartesian product, I compute the frequency of the skill for each single occupation and each single skill. So at the end of the story, after the computation of the cell number 14, I have for each occupation and for each skill, the skill frequency. And with a window function, I compute the ranking. Why we need the ranking? Because I want to see where the skill is at the first position for the occupation or at the second position and so on. Now I have all the measure, all the single data set to compute the RCA. So I register the temporary table. So why I am using this type of approach? Because I want to run some SQL query over my data set, because write a query for me and also for data scientists is more simple to write some line of code. So when I have all of the data set, I compute, first of all, the skill frequency between all of the occupation and the skill. I compute the frequency of the skill. I compute the frequency between skill and occupation. There is some noise.
Maybe there is a mic turned on.
Okay.
Just to ask colleagues to mute if you don't mind, if you are not speaking.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Eduardo. Thank you, Alessandro. So at the end of the story, we have the final data set with the RCA. Of course, it's not simple. What is this shell? In this shell, we try to compute each single part of this formula. So we try to compute the skill frequency, we try to compute the skill frequency over the global data set. We try to compute the occupation frequency over global data set, and we try to keep together inside one single data set. Let me to return to my notebook. Okay, as you can see, that the file dataset with the RCA, we have for each occupation and skill this single value. And if we normalize in an interval between a range between 0 and 1, we could see this relevance. So in this case, I can see only the first occupation with a list of the skill, but if I go to the right, I can see the RCA. Of course, in this case, these are impossible couple, impossible combination of occupation and skill because of the skill frequency is 0. If I go down, or if I select, for example, one single, in case I have English, and for the information occupation, for the information communication manager, so the VST manager, I can see this relevance 4.4, and also this relevance scaled from an interval 0 through 1. It's important to scale this value because where RCA usually is unbounded from 0 to infinite. So I try to keep this value from 0 to 1. Now I have all the value. First of all, I can try to compute the relevance of the skill inside one single occupation. For example, I can select the software developer. Software developer in the ISCO taxonomy are the 2512. So I can select one single occupation and try to extract the main skill. Of course, if I use only 3 digits after the comma, I don't have a full precision, so I needed to increase the precision. But as you can see, I have only some skill. I don't have 1000 skill in this case. I can select only the relevant skill. Of course, I have more benefit if I compute some distance between occupation now. I can use different distances, you know. In mathematics, in statistics, we have a lot of distance between two distribution, between two vectors in a vector space model. What are the best distance? I don't know. So first of all, I try to compute each distance because this distance are not typical of the labor market. So with, in this case, I convert the dataset from the Spark environment to a normal Python environment. So with the library Pandas, and I computed different distance. So in this case, I'm using the cosine similarity, the cosine similarity, the cosine distance, the Motica distance, the Ruzica, the Jacquard distance, because then I can try to use this distance to compute the bridge, to calculate the bridge between the two occupations. Okay, so after the shell, we have the final data set with the occupation. Occupation 1 is the starting point. Occupation 2 is the target. So we have the two nodes to create the link. And then we have the weight of the link in the cosine similarity, Motica, Ruzica, or Jacquard. How to visualize this data set? We have starting from 4 million record. Remember, 4 million record, we have selected only some occupation and some skill. We have tried to reduce the complexity of the big data with OKPI. In our case, we have selected the RCA because RCA is a normal econometric metric to compute the equality or the disequality inside the distribution. And now we have only 120 rows with 8 columns. So we have a small data set, and we can keep the focus on this small data set now. Of course, we have different measures to watch, different measures to observe, but now it's quite easy for us because, of course, we can start from an occupation. So point my query to the software developer and try to see, okay, what are the occupation more similar software developer in Tunisia? As you can see, we have the web developers, the application programmers, we have database engineers. As you can see, we have different metrics. And if I use the table, we can select the most similar occupation. I think for software developer, the most similar for the cuisine, for example, are the web developers. Software developers are not similar, for example, to database designer, so it's okay. Software developer are also similar, for example, to system administrator, okay. But as you can see, for a web developer, we have 0.27. For the database design, the system administrator, we have 0.17. So we try to see something. Of course, with value table, it's difficult. We have to try to go deeper in the set, of course, with something visual. So how to visualize this type of data? Of course, one solution could be use Python. Python has a lot of libraries to create some beautiful graph. Of course, it's not simple because we have to write some code. One library, for example, is called Seaborn. Seaborn is a beautiful library to create some nice graph. And of course, some complex graph. As you can see, I import the Seaborn libraries and I try to pivot this data with the libraries. Of course, in this case, by the pivoting, it's better because I can put on one axis the occupation target, on the other axis the source, the occupation source, and I try to create a sort of table where each single cell contain the distance between these two occupations. Of course, also in this case, use a table is not simple because as you can see, we have a lot of number, a lot of shell with a null, with a lot of empty shell, we have a lot of shell with zero, so it's not simple. But starting from this table, we can try to create, for example, a heat map. So as you can see, in this case, I am using the cuisine similarity. It's more simple to try to understand where we could have a bridge between occupation. Remember that we have professional and technician inside our data set. So our goal is try to, for example, to try to understand if some technician could be linked to the professional. So as you can see, in this case, for the cuisine similarity, I can observe a link between the web technician, 3514, and the web developer. So web technician are linked to web developer. Of course, if we have keep in mind the definition of web technician and web developer, it is to understand the link. But remember that we have started this exercise from 400 million rows. And okay, we have the bottom-up approach and the top-down. So web technician, of course, could be linked to a web developer by definition, but from the data, we are confirm this relation. Of course, we have also some other relations. So as you can see, we have the ICT technician linked to the software developer, so to the specialized software developer. So this is, for example, a link where we can go deeper, okay? Because now we have a link. This link isn't expected in my mind, but now we can starting from this link and go deeper inside the skill in common and try to create the bridge. Of course, if I change the measure, the distance measure, we observe a different behavior. The main pattern is the same. As you can see, we have the bridge between web technician and web developer. We have the bridge between the ST technician and the software developer, the specialized software developer. But as you can see, we have also some other bridge, for example, between software developer and system analyst. Of course, the two occupations are similar, software developer and system analyst, because in software developer, usually we have the computer engineer, the software architect, and so on. In the system analyst analyst cluster, we have the ICT consultant, we have the ERP consultant, we have a lot of the business intelligence consultant, for example, but this bridge could be a link between the two classes. Of course, as you can see, we have also other bridges, for example, between web developer and software developer. So, of course, if I change the dimension, I can find a different pattern and I can try to follow a different pattern. This exercise is quite easy because we are in the ICT sector, but if you select, for example, occupation from some economic sector for some professional sector and a technician or craft, it's quite easy to reuse this notebook and this metric to compute this bridge. Of course, to use Seaborn is not simple. How we can improve this, our ability to run this type of analysis? Of course, we can use some cloud-based tool. For example, in this case, I am watch with you to RawGraph, or we can use, for example, Tableau. Why Tableau? Because Tableau has a community edition and a free edition. Alessandro will show you how to use it in the next hour, but basically I can import the text file. So I go to the text file section of Tableau. I try to import my dataset. Of course, Alessandro will share with you the dataset during this session. As you can see, I am importing my file. Tableau is able to understand what is the content of the file, to identify the columns in the file, the data type, and so on. So it's very easy for an analyst, it's very easy also for a decision maker to use this type of tool, because the goals of Tableau or other tools, for example, Power BI or Qlik, are quite the same. But in this case, we are using Tableau because we have a public edition of Tableau. As you can see, I imported my data, computed with Databricks, and I go to a sheet and I can try to import, for example, occupation 1 in the rows. I have my 16 ICT occupation and the occupation 2, sorry, in the column. So I see my other 16 occupation. Now I can, let me to move the zoom bar. Okay, now I can use the distance matrix to populate the shell, the intersection between the two occupations. As you can see, I can use, for example, cosine similarity, the cosine distance, sorry. I put this measure in the middle. As you can see, I'm trying to visualize this data with the number is quite difficult, but I can use, for example, the cosine to put a color inside my data. Or I can change the visualization from a table to a graph. As you can see, this is more easy for us because I can also try to increase the number. As you can see, I have a big square between the specialized software application developer and the ICT technician, as you can see before. We have a lot of blank shells, so I can also try to remove this blank shell. So I use the cosine similarities filter. I try to reduce the complexity. Okay, I can try to use the distance as color. Oh, okay, so now is more easy for us because as you can see, we can also use the tooltip to understand what are the intersection, what are the bridge between the occupation 1 and the occupation 2. We have a software developer connected to the ICT technician. We have a web technician connected to a web developer. We have also the index, so 0.3, 0.4 in this case, and 0.43. We have another beautiful bridge between system analyst and software developer. We have another bridge between web and the multimedia developer with software developer, and we can go deeper in the data set. Of course, this is not or nice infographic if I have to present this data, for example, in a conference, on a journal, on a blog, on a newspaper. So another nice tool is called the raw graph. I'll put the link on the chat. If my copy and paste work. Okay. So I try to use it now. I use not the latest version, because with the latest version we have some issue. It's an open source tool. Okay, Alessandro. Okay, we can run a test because from the last week, in the last week, all was okay. From yesterday, we have some issue with the latest version. So I tried the latest version because it's more nice. If we have some issue, we can switch to the previous version. We have the link to the previous version in the footer of this page. But we can try. I try import the data. Okay. For me, it's not okay. Alessandro, do you want to present? Okay. I try to pass the page to Alessandro because for my Chrome browser, I have some issue with this tool. However, in this page, you have the version number 1 that is more stable. The issue with open source, of course. Okay. I pass the floor to Alessandro now.
Thanks, Mauro. Let me try if it's working. We are having some issues with the portal, but hope it was addressed. Let me share. It was working just 5 minutes ago. Let's check it. It's working again. Export RCA. Not working anymore. Let me pass through the copy and paste. Okay, no, it's not working again. Now you can come back to your screen if you want. Oh, you won't be okay. So let me switch. We want to introduce this tool in the meanwhile, and I would invite you using it. Let's give it a try. You have both the links on the chat. I would like again to ask you to use it, to play with it. It's really fast. Once that you are within the home page, both versions are quite the same from this point of view. You can just click upload a file and give to the system one CSV file, or even in the second version, maybe JSON file, and so on. Nothing relevant. Of course, you need a CSV file. Maybe you don't have it right now, in particular regarding online job advertisements. We will create you. I'll export some files with you right now, and we will play with it. But the idea is that once that you have loaded a CSV file within the system, then you can select, okay, I want to show, in this case, what I have, let me just show it to you. What I've exported from the system is the analysis that was done by Mauro. So what I have in my CSV file are the ID of the ESCO occupation, the description of the first occupation, the description of the second occupation, and 4 degrees of similarities: Cuisine, Motica, Musica, and Jacquard. There are 4 different metrics. Okay, it's a matter of data scientist. Mauro is the scientist. He gave me this data set, and now I'm ready to analyze it. I know that they have all the combination between those occupations. So I have the 1330 combined with all the others, then the 2511 combined with all the others, and I can say, okay, let's check if I have a more interacting, a more clear way to see it compared to an ugly and totally not analyzable CSV file. And we can use, just as an example, we can use raw graphs. So I loaded the file. Now I can select, okay, which will be the best way to to analyze it. I use the alluvional diagram, even called the Sankey chart. So I'll select it, and the system will see, okay, let's say me which are the steps. So the Sankey, let me show you an example, just to understand how it works. This can be an example of a Sankey file. What we have in a Sankey file are steps, so are dimensions that can be analyzed that are related by a strange relation with the sides, without specific sides, and so on. Okay, maybe I could use it with I could use this specific chart saying, okay, I can put on the left and on the right the occupation, and then I could link them using the relation within the chart to see how they are close one to each other. So the similarity that Mauro proposed me. So let's come back to it and let's say, okay, I want to use the two occupation IDs as the steps of the chart, and this is the chart. Okay, it looks interesting. So all occupation are related to the others, but the relation is flat. I don't have any sides on it. I don't know if the occupation of 1330 is more similar to the 3522 or to another. It's flat. Okay, I can add the sides. I can customize the sides. How? Using one of the similarities that Mauro presented me. I can select, for instance, the Jacquard similarity, one of the metric that Mauro prepared within his kitchen. Okay, great. Now I have something more clear. Let me zoom in. Okay, now I'm seeing something more available. I'm seeing that the occupation 2519 is really similar. There is a big relation with the 3511. So there is a strong relation, strong similarity between those occupations, but even the 2513 with the 3514. So this one is a big relation. I have other quite big relations. So what I have here is a really fast way to see the data. So what we have seen now during this, let me say, during this fast show cooking are both the families of stakeholders, because during the first part, Mauro was the chef, was the data analyst or scientist. We gave him a kitchen, so a chicken, not kitchen, every time a kitchen, sorry even to the interpreters, it was embarrassing. And I gave him the kitchen, and he started saying, okay, I can analyze, I have something, I have a platform where I can analyze my data, I can access data, compute it, extract the data, and compute it using my tools, my preferred tools. In this scenario, Mauro used Python, created something more than already contained in the data set, so created a new matrix, some new matrix, so the occupation similarities, and started applying some analysis. So showed us the heat map chart within using the libraries and so on. Okay, it was an advanced analysis. The outcome of this analysis was a CSV file. Great. Then he passed this to me, and me, like a business user, like a decision maker, I had the opportunity to load it within a tool, in this case, a raw graph, or I can even use Tableau as shown you before by Mauro, to export, to analyze data. So to create, to transform data within information. Now, in front of me, I have an example of information. It's just one example, is occupation similarity. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe I need something more to create a more coherent, a more efficient analysis. Of course, it's one piece of the whole analysis. But if I can take all those pieces and put them within one dashboard, within one storytelling, maybe I could create something more efficient for my stakeholders, or even for me as a decision maker. And this is the purpose of the dashboard that I showed you before, created for ETF, created for European Union and for all our customers, and is the same purpose of some web portals that we created. We have a web portal that's called WALL-E that we can see it like a mixture, like a place where we have put several analyses, several metrics together in an efficient presentation way. So using charts, using interactive system to let our stakeholder play with our data and analyze them. But before reaching this part, let's come back to the data extraction, and let's come back to how we can extract data. So what Mauro has done during the initial part of his show cooking. So extract data from our system. So, okay, in the meanwhile, Mauro, I guess, is monitoring the question, but in the meanwhile, let's come back to the data. So what we're seeing is, okay, Mauro has extracted data from the system, analyzed them, and gave them to me. Great. I can do something. I can even do something. I can apply some business intelligence queries, some business intelligence analysis on top of my data. How? I just have to connect to our presentation layer, so to the place where all the data are stored. Before showing it to you, let me come back to the presentation and come back to how the system is structured, so which kind of data we can extract. So, present it.
Meanwhile, Alessandro,
Yeah.
we have a question from Eduardo about the possibility of transition between occupation. So this analysis, yes, could be used to find this type of transition, this type of bridge. Of course, when we run this type of exercise, so when we try to calculate the transition between two occupations, we don't only use a chart. Of course, it's impossible. Of course, to compute the RCA, the skill relevance, or Harvard index, it's the starting point. The second main, I think the two main tasks when we have to create this transition, first of all, we need to find index to summarize the transition between two occupations. RCA, the occupation similarity is the starting point with the bottom-up approach. From the top-down approach, we create this type of infographic, we create a data set, and we use the expert for the single country, for the single local market to understand if the bridge that we found are real bridge or something not real. So you have always the bottom-up approach and the top-down approach. Another beautiful tool, another beautiful approach to create this type of transition is something related to the graph analysis. Of course, you know, each single phenomenon in the labor market, for the market is very real. The network analysis, the graph analysis are good. So if you put this type of data on a graph, so on a graph tool or with a network analysis tool, it's quite easy to try to follow, starting from each single occupation, the link that usually we found to our occupation. So it's another good type of analysis. I think if we compute before this type of index and then we give it to our stakeholders, so the decision maker, the labor market expert, this set is more easy because we use, you see, we have only 120 rows, so we can use Excel, for example, to watch this type of data. Use the graph tool is more powerful because we can follow each single path inside the data, but we need some data scientist skill because to use a graph tool is not simple.
Thanks, Mauro. Then coming back to the analysis, we have said that the first part is extracting data from our system. We have already shown you where data are stored. We have already introduced you the Athena layer. We queried, we play with it during last time. This is the place where we have we have a data lake, we have our staging area, our presentation area. So all the data are stored and accessible by this tool, let me say. Before extracting it, we have to understand, okay, we have some tables within our area. So in this case, we are connected to the area dedicated to the initiative that we are doing with ATF. We have to understand, okay, what does it mean FT document, FT skill analysis, and so on. Are they table? Okay, I know it, it's written, but what's contained within it? How I can use them? How I can use what's inside? I have a big bunch of columns. I have the first one, general idea, I don't know what it is, and so on. So we have to understand the data model that's behind our data. So let's really briefly present it to you. Our data are mainly exposed using just two tables. The first one is called FT fact table. So where I have stored, where we have stored the facts, each fact I show you what it is. And the second one is the skill analysis. Why do we have two tables, just two? Why don't I have one table for sector and so on? And why I have two tables and not just one? The first table, so the FT document, is aimed to show you information about advertisements, vacancies. So what we have here is one row for each general ID, specific vacancy, source, a place. What does it mean? It means that for each vacancy, we can have multi places. Indeed, the place could multiply the number of rows. Why? Because we could find that we have an advertisement on the web looking for a sales manager in two regions of Italy. Could be Lombardy, Milano, and Torino. Okay, I have one advertisement for two main places. So I have two rows because I have different places and the same advertisement. In this case, the advertisement can be identified by the general ID. So the general ID is a unique key that we apply to each advertisement. So if I want to count how many, if I have two rows, so the same advertisement that I mentioned before for a sales manager in Milan and Turin, I will have two rows, one with the place equals to Milan, the second with the place equal to Turin. And if I want to count, I just have to say, okay, how many unique general IDs are present in this case? Just one, because the same ID is proposed in both the rows. We have the same structure within the skill analysis, but of course we have in this case another dimension that multiplies the number of rows available in the table for each advertisement. That's the skill. So we have a column with for the skill, and for each row we propose a skill. So if I have one advertisement, the advertisement that I mentioned before, so I have two rows, one for Milan and one for Turin. In this case, I will have to multiply these two rows by the number of skills that we have detected within the table. So if I have 3 skills for each advertisement and place, I'll find 3 skills. Why we did it? Why we built it in this way? It will be quite tricky. Why we need it? Oh, it's really straightforward, because it's really easy for us to query this data and to make a grouped aggregated analysis, because we just have to remember that we need to group, to count the distinct general ID, so the different unique values of general ID grouped by the dimension that I prefer, filtering what I prefer, and so on. So it's really straightforward to extract data in this way. I'll show you it later during the practical session. So just to graphically recap what I've just seen. The first part is this one. The document table has one advertisement. For each advertisement, I can have multiple places. So I have a one-to-many relation. And for each advertisement, I can have one occupation, one contract specified, one experience required, one type of working hours, full-time and part-time, one set of dates, the grab date, expire date, and so on, one site, one language, and so on. So what we're seeing here are the dimensions that we can use to analyze our data. The same is done for the skill analysis, but in this case, we'll have the skill in a one-to-many relation. So we will have many rows, one for each skill. What does it mean practically, really practically? It means that if I can connect to my system, switch, okay, I can connect here. In this case, I know that within the document table, I have one row for each vacancy place, basically. And then it's really fast to say, okay, I want to see how many unique vacancies, how many vacancies were posted within Tunisia in 2021. Great. So I have to say, okay, I have to select something. It's a basic SQL query. So I have to select something from my table, specifying that I want to filter by the country. I know that I have a country because I have a place. I have, let me look, I have a country. Okay, there is an ID country. This is the standard country identification. So ID country equals to TN for Tunisia. And I guess I said that I want to filter it by the year. So year, grab date. So the year when the vacancy was published equals to 2021. Okay, now what I need to extract? I say that I want to count the number of advertisements. And coming back to the slide, I just have to specify that I want the count of unique values. So technically speaking, is a count distinct general ID. So what I have here is the number of unique advertisements, unique vacancies posted in 2021 for Tunisia. I don't want 2021, I just want to have a full historical series. Okay, I have 110 unique advertisements. Great. This is the basis of all the analysis that I can do because I'm counting advertisements. So on top of this query, I just have to add something, remove, change something, and I can create more or less all the analysis that we can see in some dashboards, because most of them are related to the number of advertisements. Just imagine that now what I want to see is, okay, I've seen it, I've seen the overall number of advertisements, but first of all, I want to have it by each occupation. Great. So I just have to group this result by specific occupation. So in this case, we have occupation. We know that it's classified with ESCO. So I want to select each ESCO occupation and the number of advertisements published for it from the table where the country is Tunisia, and then I can group by occupation. So I grouped it really fast and straightforward with query. The system will query the table. Okay. Now I have the table for each one. So I have more or less 430, something similar occupation, 364. In this case, we have 364 different occupations. Each one with the number of advertisements associated. Maybe I could need something more. For instance, okay, I have a number of advertisements, but I don't know the, okay, how long you are collecting data from Tunisia, how we can see the time distribution of it. Okay, no problem. I can group it, adding some more fields. So I can add the year grab date that we mentioned before, but even the month grab date. Use it here, and I can even order by year and month and occupation, just to see it coherent. So I'm grouping it and I'm ordering it, nothing more. Great. So what I have here are some advertisements coming from collateral effects of our system. So we collected some advertisements before the starting of a project. Okay, it could be. And then if I want to focus, let me move to April data. It's a big bunch of data. Okay, now we have, starting from the April 2020 of data, we have a number of advertisements for each occupation. So I can use this data, I can put it within a row graph to see it on a timeline analysis. I can use it, I can use a Tableau to create more advanced visualization and so on. So this is the base of all our analysis. And this is a really straightforward way because I just have, you have seen, to put it here. I just have to put it to specify the specific query that I need and so on. If I need, for instance, if I want to say, okay, I've seen it, let me just remove occupation, just to avoid having this big bunch of number of rows, and add here grab date, for instance, 2020 and 2021. So what? Just the last 2 years. And maybe I want to have something more. Maybe I want to focus on something that's not explicitly contained within the system. I want maybe to analyze the, okay, I would like to know something about green jobs. Okay, what I can do here, really, it's not the full example of what we can do with green jobs, but it's just to give you an idea. Okay, I have, or on the other hand, sorry, let me switch example. Let me switch to the remote working and smart working. What I can do is to say, okay, I want to see how many advertisements are mentioning something related to smart working or remote working. I don't have this information directly available from our system, but I can try to find it within my system. So let me add within this query a new filter saying, okay, I want to focus on all the advertisements that are explicitly mentioning smart working or remote working. So I have a description within my system, so I can check if a description contains, just clean it, lower description, contains smart working. Oh, sorry, it's not within, it's here. Remove the description in this part. So I can come back to the center, the heart of the system, the heart of my presentation layer, saying, okay, I want to analyze something more. We stored the description and the title within this part of the system. And in this case, I am having a tech issue. Remote work. Okay, there is something wrong in my my query now, and now I'll check it, because we can come back to the description, and we can ask the description giving me something more. So if it was even to address what we discussed last time. If I have more questions coming from the system, I can come back to the part of the system below the presentation, extracting again the description, extracting the page where it's coming from. Yeah, you're right. In this case, we moved it, we versioned it. Thank you, Mauro. And so I can come back to it and say, okay, let me analyze what I have within the system. So in this case, we can use it like a proxy to answer a new question. So to answer, okay, how remote working is growing in terms of demand. So how many companies are offering remote working, smart working, are require something related to green jobs and so on. And again, I can apply on top of this extraction all the analysis that we have seen before. So I can group it by occupation. So with respect to the ESC occupation, I can see, okay, this is the number of advertisements that are explicitly mentioning remote working within the description. So I can use it. Of course, I can make it more exhaustive. I can add similarities, synonyms, and so on, but I can use it like a proxy on how the demand of jobs that can offer remote working is growing in Tunisia, or growth in Tunisia in the last 2 years. And I can add on top of it, of course, I can add the ESC occupation again. So I mentioned it before, so I can add again the ESC occupation. I can use it to say, okay, I know that's growing, but which occupations, which professions are affected by the demand of advertisements offering remote working? Maybe not all the kind of professions. Some professions cannot apply to remote work, of course, by their own nature. Sorry? Probably. So so we can use those kind of data those kind of analysis to answer new questions that are coming. This is the example of remote working. This is the example of, as I said, green jobs. This could be even the example. Okay, what we have here is by specific occupation among years and months. So we can use it. We can even use it to find something that it could be novel. So if we are interested in analyzing some specific skills that are not or yet linked to specific taxonomy. So if you want to focus to a specific skill, a new technology, a new emerging technology, maybe we can use it. We can use this kind of query, this kind of analysis to say, okay, I just want to focus in something that is not explicitly contained within the system. That's what we've done 10 years ago when we saw, analyzing Italian labor market, that some skills, some ESCO skills related to developers were changing. So we found that some occupations, some postings were asking for statistical knowledge or mathematical knowledge for developers. It was something not clear to us. We analyze it, we dig within it. It was 2010, if I remember well, 2011. We dig into within it, and we found that, okay, there is something novel, there is something that's changing here. Something is emerging. Okay, let me dig into it. Let me extract the job title, the specific job title, and we found that, okay, there is a new job title that's called data scientist. What is it? We don't know it. It's new. It's emerging. It's not. It was not yet present within the taxonomy. Okay, let's analyze it. We analyze its growth, and now all of us know about the data scientists. It's part now of ESCO taxonomy and so on. But this kind of analysis can help us dig within the system, trying to answer new questions again. That said, I guess that our ESCO colleague is here, so I want to leave a stage to Eduarda to introduce him.
Okay.
Thank you, Eduarda.
Thank you very much, Alessandro and Mauro, for this session. Before introducing our colleague Dimitrios, I'd like just to ask, can we reply to the question we have on the in the chat box? The
question from Imen.
From Imen.
Yeah.
Which is the best practice you advise for the generation of the ID of an online job offer?
Yeah, of course.
A sort of sequential counter, etc. So just
Yes.
a short reply, if possible.
Yes, sorry. Yes, of course, to generalize, to use, to assign to a single job posting on unique ID is not simple, because it's not only an auto increment value, because you are working in a distributed environment. So in our system, the unique ID is directly assigned by the ingestion system. So during the ingestion, when we found a new page, we assign to each page a different unique ID, and this is basically a counter on a relational database, because if we use a relational database, we can maintain the isolation and the atomicity of the counter, and it's important to don't have any kind of issue with the counter. Of course, for the some analytical purpose, we create a record key for each single row. In this case, the record key is a logical key where we concatenate the location, the skill, the occupation, the employer name, the entire skill set, the published date, and that's all. It's all. Okay, so we concatenate the duplication key that usually we use to find duplicate inside the dataset. So let me recap. We have two unique keys in the system. The first is the real unique key, and it's assigned by the ingestion system. And the second is a logical key. We call it the duplication key, and we assign this type of key during the processing, because it's the concatenation of occupation, employer name, skill set, job location, and the published date. And we use this second logical key to run the duplication task.
Thank you very much, Mauro. As you know, colleagues, we will have another session, and you can still ask questions about this first session, as you know. And now let us then introduce our colleague Dimitrios Pikios. He is the ESCO project coordinator at Director General Employment, Social Inclusion, and Social Inclusion and Social Affairs. Dimitrios is very active. He has been, let's say, the voice together with his colleagues as well of ESCO. And I think we have this ESCO is one of the words we have been using most frequently throughout these 3 days of our training, isn't it? It's one of the most frequently mentioned notions, concepts, and everything we are doing is somehow related with ESCO. And there have been a number of questions in the first day, also the second, about also the concrete meaning of certain structural aspects of ESCO, the taxonomy, the skills taxonomy. And there were even questions from South African participants about possible correspondence of ESCO with other taxonomies, global, of course, ONET, and ESCO is already working quite a lot with ONET, but also with taxonomies, occupational skills taxonomies, for example, from South Africa. And that was one of the questions raised. And this is why we thought, let us try to see if Dimitrios would have 30 or 40 minutes to join us. And here we are, and we are really grateful. He's very, very busy, and he nonetheless found time to join and to share this very important information. So Dimitrios, you are most welcome. Thank you so much. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eduarda. You can hear me.
Yes, very well.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Hi to Alessandro and Mauro. We have met each other before, even before the pandemic, so live in physical places. Thank you so much for your very kind words. Indeed, my presentation hopefully will be quite global to explain everything around UNESCO and to provide hopefully already replies to such questions. But then right after the presentation, I am at your disposal, of course, for questions. And we can always follow up on a bilateral basis for such discussions like, mapping, for example, to national taxonomies like the one from, if I understand correctly, from South Africa. Because of course such discussions take a bit more time than just 1 or 2 minutes in the context of a follow-up of a presentation. So now I will share my screen, if you allow me. Here it is. For my presentation, if you can see it.
Yeah.
Great. So indeed, as Eduarda said, I'm working at the European Commission in the Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, and in Unit E2, which is dealing with skills and qualifications. And I'm the project coordinator of ESCO. Okay, so first of all, the policy background, why ESCO is there. We are dealing, as everybody knows, now with a digital labor market because everything is done in online and in a digital way. So with ESCO, we are trying to fulfill three goals in the European digital labor market. The first one is to better link education and training to labor, and to make sure that people have access to the best opportunities that Europe can offer them, the best jobs, the best career transitions, the best education and training offers. The second goal is to make sure that the information on people's skills is transparent and fully understood by all actors in the labor market and in education and training, job seekers, employers, education and training providers, learners, policymakers. And for this, we are trying to support interoperability, because in Europe, as we all know, we have many different languages, different countries, different technologies used here and there, different systems. So with ESCO, we are trying indeed support interoperability and common understanding. The third goal is to make sure that people have open and fair access to the available information on skills, qualifications, jobs, and trainings. Such information is exchanged between digital platforms in the digital labor market. So we are trying to avoid the monopolization of data in the digital labor market. And for this, we have developed ESCO, one of quite a few European open standards, to counteract the risks of proprietary standards. ESCO has now two pillars, the pillar of occupations and the pillar of skills and knowledge concepts. We have around 3,000 occupations, and I'm going to show a few examples, and around 13,500 skills and knowledge concepts. All the information on these concepts, which includes, as we will see in a while, descriptions and metadata like synonyms, like skills that go with the occupations, or like occupations that go with the skills and the knowledge. All this information is available in 27 languages, meaning all the EU official languages plus Arabic, Icelandic, and Norwegian. It is available as linked open data, therefore machine readable, and it's available free of charge. So anybody can access it or download it without having to pay anything. So the first pillar, the pillar of occupations. In ESCO, as I said, we have around 3,000 occupations. There is a whole hierarchy, a whole structure, which is based on the ISCO hierarchy, the hierarchy of the International Standard Classification of Occupations, which is managed by the ILO. On ISCO, we have ISCO has 4 levels of granularity, and we have built ESCO on those 4 levels. So the 5th or even 6th or 7th level is the actual ESCO occupations. An example that we can see as it appears in the ESCO portal is the occupation of the research manager. On the left, we can see where it is located in the overall ESCO occupations hierarchy. Then we can see a description, what a research manager does, and below the description, the alternative labels or simply synonyms. So these are different names by which the same occupation is known or referred to in the given language. So here in English. Below that, below that, we can see the list of essential skills and competencies that somebody performing this occupation must have, like communicating English in a competent way, cope with challenging demands, etc. And further below, we would be able to see in the portal the list of optional skills and knowledge, meaning.
Dimitri, sorry to interrupt. It's from the technical support.
Yes.
We see like black patch on your when you're on you're with the mouse. Yeah,
Okay.
you're moving it. I don't know if it is something about Zoom or.
I don't know. Maybe something about. Is
Yeah,
it better now?
Yes, you move it.
Yes.
Move it up. Yeah. Maybe you can move up a little more if you can do it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, don't worry.
All right.
Okay, so we
Is it better?
We still see the dispatch, but it's up, so it doesn't cover your presentation.
Let
So
me
now we
see
have
if I
another
can
one.
get rid of it.
Now we can see another. Okay, maybe you're just clicking something in the Zoom platform.
No, I'm not doing anything right now. Is it better now? Can I continue?
Yes.
Or do you need me?
Yeah.
Okay, so another example is the occupation of the museum director. Again, here we can see where it is located in the overall occupations hierarchy. We have the description, we have the synonyms. We have some information for the regulatory aspects of this occupation, because some occupations have regulatory aspects in Europe. And below we can see again the list of essential skills or knowledge, and then optional skills, and further down we would be able to see those knowledge concepts that are optional. Optional means an optional. There are skills that are optional, are not essential, because their necessity depends on the individual context, meaning the country where the occupation is performed or the company for which somebody works when performing this occupation. And then we can move to the skills pillar. That's the second pillar of ESCO. Here we have around 13,500 skills and knowledge concepts. On the left, you can see the first levels of the overall hierarchy. For simplicity, we call it skills hierarchy, but in reality, it includes transversal or soft skills under attitudes and values, knowledge, language skills, knowledge, and the actual skills. And we are going to see, in particular for the skills structure, how it breaks down in 8 groups, each of which has 3 different levels of granularity. So here, again, we can see a few examples. But first, I will tell you that as contrary to the occupations pillar, here the skills hierarchy, which we built together with a group of experts, does not center around sectors. It's sector independent. It rather depends on the objective of anybody who is using the skill, and again, the context where it is used. And the aim was, from the start, to support the transferability of skills. Especially in the context of the COVID-19 crisis, we have seen that people want to move out of sectors which are more at risk, more severely hit by this crisis, but the same stands, of course, for any kind of crisis. So they want to see how they can use the same skill in different sectors, and supporting the transferability of skills with such a hierarchy, we believe that it is quite useful. So here again, an example of a skill with its description and different metadata, for example, we can see further down the list of those occupations for which this skill is essential. Sorry, I'm trying to move. And then the history of ESCO. ESCO was released in July 2017, but its development started quite earlier into 2011. So throughout those years, we had the development of the first version, which is the same as the version that we have today, version 1.0. To be used in different systems providing services to end users, thanks to the fact that it's published as linked open data, therefore machine readable, as I said earlier. ESCO was developed through close collaboration with stakeholders and experts from different member states. There were different reference groups with sectoral expertise, with which we consulted online and through meetings. And the main sources for creating the content of ESCO were, of course, national classification systems, but also research papers, job vacancies, and reports. As I said, ESCO was released in July 2017. It went online. Initially, it had the three pillars, so the two pillars that describe the occupations and skills, but also a third pillar, the pillar of qualifications, which was moved in July of last year to the new Europass platform. In the qualifications pillar, it was the member states who uploaded their qualifications. It was not managed by the Commission. As I said, ESCO is available in 27 languages. In October of 2017, we had the big launch conference with many participants from across Europe. And since then, we have been maintaining and developing further ESCO on an ongoing basis. I will say a few things later about the upcoming version 1.1, which is going to be released at the end of this year. So currently, ESCO is used by a quite significant number of implementers, meaning platforms and projects across Europe, but also outside Europe. We have more than 80 right now. All the European public employment services have already mapped or are in the process of mapping their national classifications of occupations and or skills to ESCO. This is a legal obligation stemming from the US regulation and its implementing decisions. The deadline is August of this year, and this mapping is taking place to support the interoperability of the EURES service platform. Then we have different public services that use ESCO directly in their systems and platforms, like Europass, the new Europass platform that was released in July of last year. It operates on the basis of ESCO. EURES, as I said, the matching algorithm for the EURES platform uses ESCO. We have education institutions, we have public organizations, private organizations. We also have 5 public employment services in Europe that use ESCO directly into their service platforms. And all those implementers, they use ESCO for different use cases, for example, for job matching, or for ontology management. Some of them have their own ontologies and they complement them with ESCO because of ESCO's different qualities. For example, ESCO is multilingual, and this can be quite useful. Other platforms use ESCO as their sole ontology. Then we have curricular development. ESCO can be useful for education and training providers when they come up with the creation of their curricula, because ESCO can be used in order to see what skills are relevant out there in the market and how they connect with learning outcomes. And I will say a few things about the testing that we have been doing in this context. And of course, statistical research, the ETF is using ESCO, CEDEFOP is using ESCO in order to do an analysis of the labor market and come up with statistical information. So a few examples in career learning and development management. We have Europass, as I said. The French Caisse de Dépôt will use ESCO for a new platform that they are creating called Skills Passport in order to provide relevant services to the French citizens. We have different platforms like Boosters, which provides services to HR departments of companies for internal skill mappings for their staff. We have ODEM, which provides suggestions for trainings and combines this with the use of blockchain technology. We have SkillLab, another platform that uses ESCO in order to provide services to immigrants in Europe. Then in the area of job matching, job searching, again, we have quite a few implementers. Jobs Ireland, for example, it's the public employment service of Ireland who has been using ESCO in their revamped platform for a few years now. Europass is here also, belongs also to this use case. EURES, as I said earlier, Monster is using ESCO in certain markets. Now, the House of Skills, it's a public-private cooperation in the Netherlands, providing services in local job markets in Holland. And finally, statistics. ESCO is used in this area. ETF is using it. Burning Glass, we have colleagues from Burning Glass here. Of course, the Skills Ovate project of CEDEFOP uses ESCO. Nesta is a non-profit organization in the UK, which is also using ESCO to analyze the UK labor market. And then the main developments. What have we been doing recently? We developed the skills hierarchy that I briefly showed earlier, and then we are towards the end of the mapping exercise that I referred to. We communicate and reach out to all of our stakeholders and implementers. We are preparing for ESCO version 1.1, and of course, we are preparing for the next step after version 1.1. So as regards the skills hierarchy, the skills hierarchy is not totally new. It exists already since 1 year ago. But before that, the issue was that the skills dataset of ESCO was quite flat. So it was quite difficult to identify or systematically retrieve the skills in the overall dataset of 13,500 concepts. In order to use ESCO for different purposes, like the compilation of CVs, like linking qualifications to ESCO skills, like mapping the mappers in the different national capitals. They found it much easier to do the exercise using the ESCO hierarchy. This can be also very useful for creating tools like self-assessment tools to provide career guidance and other purposes. So the skills hierarchy, it was developed by experts who worked for the Commission, mainly during 2019. The publication took place in May 2020. We have overall 8 groups, each of which has 3 levels. And as I explained earlier, the hierarchy is sector independent. It doesn't structure nor present skills on the basis of sectors, but it is focused on the tools and equipment used, the type of object on which the work is performed, and the function or outcome of the task or activity. So it really supports the transferability of skills, which can be quite useful, especially in the context of different crises like the current one, which impact the labor market. And then the mapping exercise. As I said, it is aiming at allowing the interoperability of the EURES platform operations, which supports job mobility in Europe. The deadline was of 3 years. So the implementing decisions of stemming from the EURES regulation that foresaw this obligation were adopted in July of 2018. The 3 years period is expiring in August of this year. We, the Commission, are supporting this effort of the EURES countries with a mapping platform that we have created, and we give access to this platform to the colleagues in the different countries who are doing the mapping. We also provide technical support with webinars, with country visits before the pandemic, and with documents. And of course, we have an online community forum in the ESCO portal for the member states for discussions around the mapping. As regards communication and outreach, before the pandemic, we did 5 country visits in 2019 in Greece, Slovenia, Poland, Cyprus, and Italy. In each case, there we had meetings of 2 days, gathering colleagues from all relevant services or organizations, even from the private sector, and discussing everything around what we do in ESCO, but also we included the Europass and the European Qualifications Framework. We also did the study visits to ESCO implementers like the CIBO, like Boosters, TextKernel, US, and Mifkunchuka. But since the pandemic erupted, this has been really intensified because we all understood that we don't have to go to the actual premises of platform of companies using ESCO, but we can do online calls, and this allowed us to interact more with our stakeholders. And then ESCO version 1.1. It's a big exercise that started early in 2020 and aims at concluding in December of this year, or with the next major version of ESCO, version 1.1. This version will have more, and I will explain, give you details about that, more concepts, more occupations, more skills and knowledge concepts, in order to better reflect the reality of the labor market as it is right now out there. We have done already consultation with the member states, and we're about to start the translation in all ESCO languages so that we can successfully launch the new version in December of this year. So the way that we did it was very intensive and very manual. We started with desk research early last year. At the same time, we did a quality review of the existing content. We exchanged and validated the new content that we created, meaning the labels, the concepts, and their descriptions, with domain expert organizations like sectoral blueprints or EU professional associations or other commission services that lead different policy areas. For example, for the blockchain, because currently in ESCO, we don't have anything on the blockchain. In July 2017, when ESCO was launched, the blockchain was not very known. Since then, it has really exploded. It's very much used in many industries. So to fill this gap, we exchanged with the relevant service of the Commission and with the European Association of Blockchain Services. We processed this validation, we discussed the feedback that we received, and we concluded with the current additional data set. We paid a lot of attention, we focused a lot on the greening of the economy, on the digitization of the economy, and on the impact of COVID-19 when it comes to occupations and skills. Of course, because the twin transitions, the greening and the digitization are major policy priorities right now. All this effort, which was very manual, resulted in 515 new concepts, 65 new occupations, 294 new skills, and 156 new knowledge concepts. At the same time, 36 in existing concepts were significantly impacted. Therefore, they were also subject to the review and the consultation we did with the member states. So a few examples here: a digital occupation, cloud engineer; a green occupation, geothermal engineer; green knowledge, bioeconomy. And I will show you a few more examples with their descriptions here. Two new occupations: the alternative fuels engineer with its description, and the digital marketing professional with its description. So we have a new green occupation and a new digital occupation. New knowledge concepts: social entrepreneurship, bioeconomy, health technology assessment. And then new skills: install offshore renewable energy systems, reduce standing emissions, and set up media storage and backup systems. All this new data set is now going, as I said, through translation. Hopefully at the end of the year, it will be released in the ESCO portal. So as I said, all this exercise was very manual, which was a necessity because we didn't have much of artificial intelligence capabilities in ESCO. But since the second half of last year, we have been developing such capabilities because we strongly believe, and we all understand that this is the way to go, that we have to be more efficient when maintaining ESCO, first of all, to make sure that the existing content and the existing relations between the different concepts in ESCO, occupations and skills, for example, are reflective of the reality of the labor market out there. But we need to be more efficient. What took months for the ESCO team to do manually will take really much less time for an AI model to do. Then we need to expand ESCO, to keep expanding it, not only to add new occupations and new skills that we have to find out there, for example, in online job vacancies, but we need to add new categories of ESCO data or metadata, like supply and demand in the labor market, or levels of proficiency for skills, etc. And of course, we need to make ESCO easier to use by implementers. So for this, we can use statistical analysis, data science, and machine learning. And I'm sure that the Bringglass colleagues have explained up to now quite a few things around this in this area. So the dilemma: managed classification as ESCO is right now, or machine learning driven approach. We will combine both because on the one hand, we have expert knowledge already available. We have the consultations with the member states. We have the different experts that have worked with us for creating the skills hierarchy of ESCO. Right now, we're working with another group of experts for completing the ESCO soft skills and for creating a structure for such soft skills in ESCO. There is a lot of knowledge there. This approach helps transparency. Everybody can understand fully what is happening. Member states verify in the context of consultations. So we have the quality assurance of national experts. But at the same time, we can improve the efficiency to go faster. And of course, we will not have to spend so much time, so much money. Using data like online job vacancies, so near real-time data, we can discover new concepts, new relations, or or double check our existing concepts. And of course, we will always have the human in the loop. So the human feedback by experts that will be able to validate the findings of the machine learning model. Beyond experts, we have, as I said, the data coming from experts, like feedback from blueprints, the European associations that have advised us and everything. But then we can use job vacancies, especially online ones. We can use qualifications, and I will explain the pilot that we have been doing in this area, and taxonomies. In national taxonomies in the context of the mapping exercise that is taking place. So when it comes to online job vacancies, I suspect that the Brennglas colleagues have explained a lot around this, how this can work. But of course, we will be using online job vacancies to update the data set of ESCO, or to double check, or to come up with synonyms through an AI model that can understand the skill concepts or the occupations concepts or synonyms there that exist in texts of job vacancies. Then qualifications. In the last 2 years, we have been doing a pilot with EU member states for linking the descriptions of learning outcomes of qualifications with ESCO skills. And this has been taking place with an AI tool that we developed, and we are improving in the context of this pilot. We have published reports, the report of the first phase. The second phase concluded earlier this year, and I think we will publish the report of that one quite soon. And then we will do a third phase to be able to finalize the development and the improvement of our tool. The aim here, among others, is to manage to have such links between qualifications and skills in all EU languages. And finally, national classifications. We already have very interesting findings in the context of this exercise, and we have been able to compare with the findings of our AI model. So for example, a German skill, the Tierphysiology, if I can pronounce it correctly, because I don't speak German, unfortunately. The translation of this skill is animal physiology. And the mappings that have been done by the German colleagues we have 4 different mappings. Here, one case is the physiology of animals, a ESCO skill to which this German skill was mapped, that was labeled as an exact match. Or neurophysiology of animals, a broad match, and 2 other cases. And then we can compare what our AI model has found, and we see that 2 of those ESCO skills were also mapped by our own AI model. So, and of course, as we can understand, this gives a lot of ground for further improvement to begin with, of our AI model, but also to see about the accuracy of the mapping exercise by the member states. So that was it from my side. We have a hashtag on Twitter, and here it is. You can see the email address of our functional mailbox. Please don't hesitate to send us any comment, any question, or anything you would like to share with us. And thank you very much. I'm, of course, available for your questions.
Eduardo, sorry, you're muted.
Yes.
Evaristos Dimitros. This was a very, very rich, insightful presentation with lots of new information that I didn't know myself, and really very welcome for our training. Since, as I said earlier, ESCO has been mentioned throughout the entire throughout this first 2.5 days of our training workshop. I just wanted to say that ETF also participated in the second phase of the project, linking learning outcomes with ESCO using machine learning, with 50 qualifications from African countries through the project African Continental Qualifications Framework. It was a very intensive work, and really excellent also to better know ESCO in a more detailed manner. Now we have time, please, colleagues, to ask questions and to use this opportunity to make any suggestions to Dimitrios. Since
I can already see 2 questions.
Yes.
Eduarda,
So we have one
chat.
question immediately. What is the time for update of the taxonomy? So the time lag, and
Yes.
then another question you see from Mauro in English.
Yes. So the first question, quelle est la durée optimale pour l'actualisation de la taxonomie? There is no set time frame yet. As I said, ESCO was released after quite a few years of development in July 2017. That was ESCO version 1.0. The next major version is going to be released at the end of this year, version 1.1. So we see that we have a time frame of 4.5 years. But of course, we need to be more frequent than that. And this we can achieve with the new tools that we have been developing. So the current exercise has given us a few hints or knowledge about how often we need to update ESCO. At the same time, we are discussing this with our stakeholders, meaning the member states, in the context of the ESCO member states working group. We meet with this group twice a year. The last meeting was last week. And there is also the maintenance committee of ESCO, a group of 25 experts with whom we meet also twice a year, and we discuss all technical aspects of ESCO. So up to now, the idea for the version 1.2 that will come after 1.1 is that possibly it should be, the frequency should be around 1 year to combine flexibility and stability, because there are use cases of ESCO that need more stability, like statistical use cases, but at the same time, there must be flexibility for job matching use cases, for example, because we need to be quick in identifying new occupations and new skills appearing out there. And but for this, what will be very helpful will be the work done by projects like yours, Eduarda, where we see what is appearing, what is popping up in the market. So I think it's a very it's a situation where we have to pay attention to all use cases, but also use the findings and the feedback of all those use cases. So I would say that thanks to the tools that we have been developing, we will be able, after the end of this year, to do even partial updates of ESCO, maybe once a year. And then ESCO is available in the ESCO portal. Maybe I can share with you the portal. Okay, I will share my screen and see where here. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So this is the ESCO portal. In the front page, we have the news section. We try to release news items often, so I would say twice a month. We have news items released of things that are happening in ESCO, new cooperations, new implementers. We recently published papers on the work that we are doing with AI and data research in ESCO. And then when clicking on the classification, we can go to the occupations or to the skills. The occupations, here we have the hierarchy that I described briefly earlier. So, and this we can expand. And we can see that there are the different levels of granularity. We can even click on groups and see their descriptions. The list of narrower occupations, because there, if we go to a more, this is the 4th level, by the way. So we have 4 digits. We're still within ISCO, the classification of occupations of the ILO at the 4th level. And then we can go to individual ESCO occupations. It's loading. And then we see, this is the food analyst, the title of the occupation, the description here, the alternative labels or synonyms, other labels which are used for the same occupation in the English language, and then the essential skills and competencies, the essential knowledge, the optional skills and knowledge. In each case, we can go and click on one of those concepts. We are now in a skill, description, synonyms, the occupations for which this skill is essential, and other occupations for which this skill is optional. Let's go back to the food analyst and see how it looks in another language. Let's go for French. So we see the same occupation in French. Everything is in French. The description, and the different metadata also in French. So for the French speakers or for the French market. And then skills and competencies, we see by clicking on this tab, we have attitudes and values. These are the soft or transversal skills, and this will be replaced very soon by the end of this year, hopefully with version 1.1, with the new. It will be replaced with a new structure and a new data set of around, I would say, 100 to 150 transversal skills with full descriptions in all languages. This is a major step that we are about to take in ESCO. And then we have the sub-hierarchy of knowledge, which is based on ISCEDEF of the hierarchy of fields of knowledge of UNESCO. And we have language skills, so all languages that exist in the world. And then the sub-hierarchy of skills. Here, as I said earlier, we have 3 levels of granularity, and then we can end up to any individual skill concept that we want. See a description and the different metadata as explained earlier. Then the tab about ESCO contains everything you want to know about ESCO. We have the ESCOpedia, where anybody can search or identify, individual information about ESCO that they are interested in. What is the maintenance committee, for example? What is the history and everything. So lots of very useful information about ESCO. We have the latest news field. We have different documents of ESCO. We have using ESCO, some documents for ESCO use cases and other information. And then we have tools and resources, download. Here, anybody can prepare a package to download ESCO. So which version? You see that we are now with version 1.0. The third number, the third digit represents minor releases of ESCO, where we either introduced a new hierarchy or we corrected some clerical or linguistic mistakes. So the most recent one is 1.0.8. I can click that and then just select the language, English, the format I want to download in, which pillar. Do I want all pillars or just occupations or just skills? And then I prepare my package. I just fill in, I think, my email, and that's it. That's it. I can download and use ESCO. So I will start sharing now. And of course, this is we'll go back. This is the address here, but I will post it also in the chat.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dimitrios. I still, we are now about to break for the lunch break. And I just wanted to still ask colleagues from Tunisia, for example, or Morocco or South Africa, if you would like to still voice any question, any suggestion, please use this last 1 or 2 minutes while Dimitrios is still here with us. But of course, we can keep in touch, and tomorrow or today, later today, for the closing remarks, if you still have any ideas, we can still collect and share and send to Dimitrios for any further conversation. Also, we also have many colleagues from Ukraine. Most of them are very well acquainted with ESCO already, but I think this presentation really made a difference because you really shared so many novelties in great detail, including this nice navigation through the ESCO portal, which was very useful. So if you don't have any questions, then we would simply thank you very, very much again, Dimitrios, for, first of all, accepting to come join at very short notice, and then for really putting together this very comprehensive, really, information for everybody. I think we will be sharing also with you further information from all these various projects that we are carrying out using ESCO. And I just wanted also to share with you that besides the dashboards that you already know, more close, similar to the dashboards of the CEDEFOP project, ETF is going also to do something that we are calling green dashboards. And maybe we will come back to you since you have now these many terms related with greening. And this could be useful. In any case, we would like, first of all, to know how to use them also for the queries and for the structuring of this dashboard, and then share with you the results we will get from 3 countries, that data sets. Thank you very much again, Dimitrios. It was really wonderful, as always.
Thank you, Eduardo, and thank you all. Absolutely, please. We exchange very often in any case, but we really we count on stakeholders. We count on creating new relations, and because we really depend on feedback from stakeholders, from implementers, and we fully support not only EU member states, but also third countries that use ESCO. We provide technical support, we exchange, we are available. There are countries from outside Europe even that use ESCO. The United Arab Emirates are using ESCO since, I would say, a month or 2 ago in a new platform that they created. Most probably Israel will do the same. Malaysia will do the same. Chile is doing the same. I think in each case we fully support because we are the service that has developed ESCO and maintains it. So we have knowledge that can be useful. Once again, thank you so much for bearing with me. Fully available for further discussions. Thank you and have a
Thank you
nice day.
very much, Dimitrios. All the best. Stay safe, and we are in touch. It was really very, very useful. Thank you so much. I think I expressed the opinion of everybody. I would like to ask everybody to say something, to use a reaction, to express an emotion towards Dimitrios, please. A round of applause. Thank you. See you. All the best. Thank you, Efkaristos. So, colleagues, now we have a break. Please, Alessandro, Mauro, when do you want to see us again? Back full of energy for the last session?
Let me check. I guess maybe because we will end at 13:15, maybe a 30-minute break just to have time to have lunch for all.
Okay, so let's see that we all meet at 12:30, à midi 30. Ça va, collègues? Pour prendre un peu d'énergie, un peu un jus. Отдохнем сейчас до 12:30, если возможно. Спасибо. So in 25 minutes, then there will always be some people coming a bit late. You don't need to disconnect, as always. Please stay, and we will meet in 25 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Merci. Ciao.
Ciao Edoarda. Ciao.
Ciao Mauro. Ciao Alessandro.
Ciao. Eccoci qua. Allora, noi siamo pronti. L'idea è spostarci sugli use case.
Sì.
Adesso
Mhm.
faremo vedere 3 use case fatti bene, quindi ben discussi. Il primo è Wall-E, quindi far vedere cosa vuol dire dare dei dati subito pronti.
Sì.
Poi ci sposteremo su altri 2 use case di quelli che abbiamo messo nelle slide. Uno è After the Storm, che ha avuto molto risalto, abbiamo presentato al SEDEFOP, e l'altro è un'analisi sulla Germania sul remote working.
Ok, sì. È
No,
fantastico,
No,
sì.
sulla digitalization delle
Giusto,
occupazioni
scusa, digitalization.
across sector, gender e region e via dicendo.
Grazie. E vorrei anche chiedervi, per favore, possiamo anche dire ai partecipanti quali sono i workbooks o notebooks o altri aiuti che volete inviare dopo il...
Ok, facciamo un summary di quello che aggiungiamo.
Sì, sì, un piccolo package.
Sì,
Dire,
sì.
questo è quello che abbiamo lavorato su questi file, ecco quello che si può share.
Perfetto. Sì, preparo, adesso faccio io, dopo che abbiamo fatto i 3 interventi, i 3 use case, presento io quella parte lì. Sì, la riassumo.
E anche vorrei dire che vogliamo anche fare un piccolo certificate.
Sì,
Possiamo con la lista dei partecipanti, quelli che hanno
registrati.
no? Possiamo fare dunque qualcosa di interessante, però vogliamo fare ETF con Burning Glass insieme, no?
Sì, secondo me è bello. Sì, molto volentieri.
Ok. Dunque, dopo possiamo... Non avete un template interessante così big data oriented,
Sì.
possiamo inventare, no?
Temo non ci sia, abbiamo, no, mi sa con Burning Glass non abbiamo nulla.
Dunque, questo è il primo passo della Big Data for Labor Market Information Academy, no?
Esatto, bello.
Passiamo una Academy.
Ci starebbe, sarebbe bello, anche perché noi abbiamo ancora tante cose da raccontare.
Sì, esatto. Qualche partecipante sono interessati a venire anche al training in settembre.
Ah, ok.
Possiamo già pensare un po' cosa...
Lì dovremmo capire
Sì.
se vogliamo tenere bisogna vedere chi sono i partecipanti, se farlo uguale a questo, se farlo molto diverso.
Sì.
Lì dovremmo magari studiare per capire se i
Esatto,
partecipanti
sì.
sono gli stessi, conviene tenere lo stesso format.
Sì.
Se invece cambiano, invece molti sono gli stessi, magari pensiamo qualcosa magari guardiamo di più la parte di machine learning, oppure studiamo qualche analytics, magari potremmo invitare il CRIS per spiegare qualche analisi, qualche research, ci possiamo pensare, sì.
Ok. Alina, I just wanted to ask, or Melissa, about the evaluation form. So, so who is going to share the link in the chat box, just to be sure? If you want me to do it, or will you do it when we reach the final session? Oggi ho 3 meetings, no? Insieme, però non sono andata agli altri.
Gli altri. Non c'è Giorgio oggi. Giorgio.
Sì, era lì il mattino, sì.
Ah, ecco, ha cambiato nome. Lo cercavo in chat, non l'avevo visto. Eccolo.
È già preparato per cominciare a lavorare.
Sì, perfetto. Noi stiamo scaricando i dati della Georgia. Un po' prepariamo tutto il pacchetto.
Sarà un po' difficile con quella lingua, con quell'alfabeto.
Non sarà facilissimo.
Sì.
Qualche sfida l'avremo, però abbiamo Mauro, quindi.
Mauro magico.
Sì, Mauro è molto magico.
Dopo devo guardare di nuovo questi video.
Mm.
Invierò anche al mio bambino.
Esatto, anche i notebook che ti mandiamo, con
Sì,
quelli
sì.
si diverte.
Sì, perché lui ha finito già il corso di Big Data
Mm.
e adesso sta anche per finire l'altro di Python.
Sì, perfetto.
Non è solo Python, però Python è sempre dice ho tanto lavoro, ho tanti esercizi, ho tanto da fare.
È normale. Magari se l'anno prossimo trasformiamo il master in inglese potrebbe venire.
Esattamente, è quello che voleva. Mi ha chiesto se si può fare un corso nell'educazione formale, eccetera. Sì, tanto.
Potremmo provare, adesso vediamo cosa dice Mario, è lui il capo.
Oh, Mario ci ha abbandonato.
No, Mario c'è sempre, che è tanto preso, ma tanto. Adesso lo vediamo tra 2 giorni, è difficile parlare con lui. Più facile correttore.
So I think, colleagues, we are ready to start. We are now 45. We had a peak of 53 or 54. So we can already start. We are now reaching the final leg of our training course. We still have one session and then the closing session. And there we will have a number of announcements about follow-up steps and also about certificates and nice things. And we also expect to have from you suggestions, any recommendations, suggestions. There will be also a brief moment for the evaluation. You can, of course, fill it just online. My colleagues will share the link. And I pass immediately the floor to Alessandro and Mauro.
Thank you very much, Eduarda. Thank you very much, and welcome back to all. Now, we've seen a lot of things. We have discussed about extracting data from our Athena, about our data model, about a lot of things. Mauro and Schondaus, what data scientists can do. Just a quick example. We have a lot of them. And now we want to show you, okay, it's good what you have shown us. It's okay to see SQL, to see the notebook of Mauro, but practically, what can I produce? Which kind of analysis I can share with them, with my stakeholder, and so on. And now, so we want to use this last 45 minutes, more or less, to present 3 main use cases. The first use case is something like an advanced, complete BI system. And the other 2 cases are more focused. So, okay, I have a specific need. Can this data support me in finding an answer, finding some insights, and make some decision? So let me start sharing with you a screen and presenting you the first use case that I wanted to share. And this use case is called Wallaby. Wallaby is a platform that was born several years ago, and is the platform that we created with the University of Milano Bicocca to analyze labor market evolution within Italy. It was our first product, our first baby. It was the first product that helped us creating our knowledge about big data for labor market intelligence. You can reach it. I can share with you, of course, the link on the chat, and you can reach it. A part of this portal is open. The last 4 sections are open. The first 4 sections are behind registration. And to give you another instrument to reach all those dashboards in an open platform, I will just switch to another implementation of Wally, but is exactly the same. It's just localized on another region. That's the initiative that we are presenting. It's something really new. We are presenting in those months with the Catalan region. So after that, we created this platform, the Wally platform. We presented it to the Italian government. We presented it to different Italian regions. And this initiative started having a good success. So some Italian regions asked us, can I have a localized version of your platform? So Lombardy region, Tuscany region, other regions. And then we opened it even to the entire Europe. And some regions from Europe asked us, okay, I would like to have a localized version of your platforms to address several goals. The first goal was by the Bizkaia, the Basque region in Spain, that wanted to have a similar portal focused on their geographical region, on high-skilled professions, to say, okay, there is market for high-skilled professions, so I don't need people, citizens of Basque country, of Basque region, do not need to go away to leave our region to find a high skill or high paid job, because I have this labor market. I need high skilled professions, innovative people, and so on. And so they created this initiative. This is called Bizkaia Talent.eus. This initiative is a big initiative from the region, and the heart of this system is the observatory of labor market. So again, in this case, you will have 4 dashboards open, 4 dashboards under registration, and we are finding again the lexicon that I presented you. So we have citizen, we have analyst, and we can reach and analyze those kind of data. The last client that asked us for a similar project is the Catalonia. The goal is more or less the same, supporting universities, training providers, and the government of the region in policies that can help the region growth in terms of skills and be attractive even for the future. I want to share with you this experience because in this case, they explicitly asked us to keep the 8 standard dashboard that we are exposing open. So you will see the same dashboard that we have in Wally, area, skill, industry, and occupation are here. So you will have the same dashboards that you will see on Wally or on Bizkaia. Bizkaia has the same, exactly the same structure, but you will see it open without the need of any registration. You can reach the website and click on it. And that said, let me just show you some interesting insights, some analysis that we can do, some storytellings. Let's start, for instance, from the areas. So what we are selecting is an entry point. Okay, I want to analyze the Catalonia region by geographical analysis. So by a geographical entry point, I can specify the region. I can specify a specific municipality. So for instance, Barcelona. I can specify if I want some neighbors, so some similar, some near provinces near Barcelona. I can specify if I want to focus on one specific occupational group. So if I'm interested in managers, if I'm interested in clerical support workers, and so on. Again, here, what you are seeing here in this drop-down list is the first level of ESCO that the colleague just presented you before. So the same terms, you will find them within the ESCO portal that we saw some minutes ago. And then I can select the period I'm interested in. Am I interested in the last semester, in the last year, and so on. Then, let's say that the system will show me, okay, this is the list of occupation, ESCO at the 4th level, with the number of vacancies and the rate of permanent contracts offered. So I can select, okay, I'm more interested in, for instance, business service agents, not otherwise classified, so generic service agents. Clicking it, and I'll be redirected to what we call the identity card of occupation. This is the same type of information that during the last session I showed you using the ATF dashboard, the last page, the last sheet of the dashboard. In this case, what we're seeing is, okay, for this kind of occupation, we found more or less 8,000 vacancies with a 32% of permanent contracts and 53% of experience over 2 years. So an experience not aimed to find new graduates. We can go down, get dig into it. We can find more detailed information in this area of the website. So we can find the same information split by level of experience or by type of contract offered for the specific occupation compared to the occupational group. So in this case, to ESCO level 1. We can find the sector that are looking for, and of course, we can find the most relevant, the most distinguishing skills that are offered. So in this case, we are exposing the top 5 skills that can help us describing this occupation. So this is the short, really straightforward storytelling of the system. You can see it's something not so interactive. Okay, I can navigate it, but I cannot do the level of analysis of self-service BI that I can do with the dashboard of ATF, of course, because in this case, our stakeholders are mainly the citizen. So we aim to find a way to expose data that can be browsed, that can be queried by citizen, by common citizen, that what to understand, okay, is my profession looked within my region? Which kind of skills are requested? Which kind of opportunities I can find within my region? And the same type of storytelling can be obtained changing the entry point. We were analyzing those data by area, but we can do the same by occupation, by industry, by skills. So let's select, for instance, the skill. In this case, okay, those are the most demanded skills in the Catalonia region. Let's say, okay, I'm seeing it, and I say, okay, maybe I have sales activity skills. I can select it. So I can pick some skills that I know that I know. Sorry, and say, okay, sales promotion techniques, and I even know about computer programming. Those are the 3 skills that can describe my professions. Okay, let's see what the system can see me. Okay, what the system is saying me is, okay, this is again the list of occupations and the relevance of the skills. So for business service agents, not so the generic business service agent that we mentioned before, there is a high rate of demand for the first 2 occupations. Of course, we're talking about sales activities and sales promotion. It's not asked to know computer programming. It's not the work of a sales manager. Our sales manager, Marco, the navigator man, we can say, he does not know computer programming. It's not his business. But we can go down and find, okay, in this case, information and communication technology, sales professionals. Okay, in this case, the situation is quite different. Why? Because it's asked to know something about sales activities, but even about computer programming. Why? Because I have to sell, I have to make pre-sales activities and post-sales, follow up with the clients. So maybe I must know something about computer programming, just a brief of it, not a strong knowledge. But in this case, it's said that the market is asking for this knowledge to make efficient the follow-up of a client. Again, clicking on the profession, I will be forwarded to the identity card of occupation that I selected. So those are some ways to analyze data. Those are some ways to reach those identity cards and to see, okay, how labor market is evolving within this region. We have other dashboards that you can see that are more generic. So for instance, we have how the generic labor market is evolving in the region, so how it evolved in the last 12 months by number of new job vacancies by week, active job vacancies by week, distribution across region or across occupation. Please remember that For instance, this part, the part of the top, the bottom left of the system is the same data that I queried before using Athena, is the query, the SQL query. I created the data behind this dashboard. So if I create several KPIs, several insights, I can merge them in a system similar to this and expose them to my stakeholders. So I don't want to annoy you, even because Mauro is stressing me. He wants to talk. There is a question. Yeah, let me check it. Sorry. Yeah. From Eduardo, yes. From free skills, we can find available knowledge of vacancies. So starting from the skills, we can query for it. So what the system will do will be to say, okay, I selected CSS, SQL, and the process data. Okay, let's see which occupations are requested, knowing those skills and in which relevance. So of course, most of the people have to know adapt to change and something similar, but those skills are distinguishing for some occupation. I can sort the result by relevance. In this case, I'm finding that web and multimedia developer have to know CSS, that is a web programming language, let me say. Yeah, could know SQL, it's requested, not mandatory, and even the process data. If I switch, if I change this skill and say, okay, I'm more focused on which kind of occupation I requested know process data, then the situation changes. System analyst must know how to handle with data processing. On the other hand, system analyst does not have to know so much about CSS. He could have to, maybe we found some advertisement asking for this kind of occupation. Maybe a system analyst aims to manage some web system. So it could happen that it's requested, of course, but it's not mandatory. If I focus on SQL skill, I'll find that software developers must know about SQL skills, SQL skill, yeah, SQL language, not so much about CSS and process data. Me, as a software developer, data scientist, how do you prefer to call it, I must know SQL. I know SQL. I don't know anything or more or less about CSS. So it's similar to the actual behavior. It's reflecting what the labor market is actually asking. And labor market is not asking for a software developer that must have a strong knowledge of CSS. It's not its activity. It's my activity, let me say.
Of course, only to add something to this particular application. Of course, if we want to have this type of reaction of application, we need to reduce the complexity of the data and the cardinality. So in this case, for example, we are analyzing the last year of data. So we have only the last year of active job posting. So when I speak about active job posting, in this type of application, we only consider from all the data, only the job posting with the published date in the last year or the expiry date in the last year. So only to keep the cardinality less huge, because in the other case it was impossible to introduce all the stuff inside the web app. Of course, with this free skill, it's possible to select the job posting more relevant, more associated, the job posting available. There are a lot of applications about this particular query. So from free skill, go to the more nearest job posting, the more nearest occupation, the more nearest profile. I think another good application is the application showed by Davo, I think last week, CyberSeek. It's the same exercise with a small data set. Try to keep focus to the question and to keep focus to the skill requested, to the profile requested, to the bridge between the skill and the profile and so on.
Thanks, Mauro. And just to answer to reselect the observation by Hind. Hind is saying on the chat that it's really interesting. Thank you very much. first of all. And it's saying that using this kind of query, we can define functional areas. So we can define working context, let me say, mobility.
Functional mobility.
Yeah, the mobility, yeah. Thank you, thanks, Eduardo. I don't know French at all. It's not one of my free skills. And yes, of course, it's possible. It's possible because we can find that we can find occupation with similar skills. So we can define area of mobilities across occupation. Let's imagine what we can find, what we can do, not just having a dashboard, an interactive system like this one, but going deeper, going to the data, applying machine learning, applying research algorithms and so on. This is one of the parts that Mauro explained you before with the occupational similarity, but that we are doing with the research center of Milano Bicocca. For instance, let's imagine that we can see as occupations like planets in the universe, and the matching skills between two occupations are defining something like a grade of gravity. So gravitation across occupation. This is one of the area of interest that we are analyzing. Is something really novel. We are adopting what Mauro mentioned you before, graph databases. Graph databases are databases, but where data are not stored in something like an Excel page. So they are not rows and columns. They are nodes. So nodes in the space connected by relations. So this is a type of data modeling that really fits what we are doing with gravitation. So we are adopting physical metrics to define how occupation are gravitating one to each other. And we are doing it using behind the same data that we are seeing, of course, nothing more, but we are applying new novel algorithms and novel ideas to find new answers from our data. So this is why we often say that this system is alive, is breathing, because the value of this system does not end now, does not end with this website or the dashboard of ETF. This is a starting point. This is the point that we have to expose you data and make you being confident with the data that you are analyzing. So starting understanding how they work, what we can obtain and what's behind. And this is the main goal of this 3-day session. On top of this, we can free up our imagination and apply really what we know, what we can know in the future to create new answers for new questions. That said, I don't want to annoy you more on this use case. You have a link in the chat. You can browse the portal. You can you can reach other pages. The Skills Cloud again, that's showing you the most requested. You can reach the industry map. You can reach a lot of information on it. So that said, yeah, sorry.
I just, if you don't mind, do you use, and what is it that you use to understand when a skill is new?
Okay.
Emerging. What are the factors or the indicator, and how do you use this system to find out new emerging skill that is appearing?
Yeah. Okay, we have this kind of analysis. Meanwhile, while Mauro is looking for the example to show you, we have this kind of example. Okay, meanwhile I switch the monitor. Okay, and I pass the stage to Mauro. Mauro can answer you really practically more than me.
Today you don't have those chocolates, no?
Today, no. After the meeting, I guess that we will throw sandwiches because it's lunchtime.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
And
So
yeah.
Yes, this is another type of application. Is not public. Is an application for our customer where we try to analyze the labor market. This instance of application is called Labor Insight. It is specific for US. Of course, we have another instance of the same application for our countries. Of course, it's possible to set this type of app in each country. But of course, in this particular application, we could create some specific report, and we have a set of our KPI and Dixed already ready, for example, to address some question. Basically, because in the US and UK, you know, we have the labor market is very different from the rest of the world. We have a lot of data about the employer, the salary. So we usually create some index more complex. And of course, in this case, we are able to present, for example, for you some KPI for the skills. Of course, to identify the emerging skill or the obsolete skill of an occupation is not easy, because we have basically we need a long time series. So when we run this type of work, we work with data at least with 5 years, 4 years of history. So now I am trying to explain you the work of Labor Insight with US data. And then next, I will try to give a look to our report. It's not an app, it's a report for the Germany market, where we have analyzed the data from the 2014 to the 2018 to observe the obsolescence of some skill and the emerging of the digitalization in the occupation. So let me to give to you a look of Labor Insight. So Labor Insight, we have a lot of KPI. It's a very complex application, but I wanted to keep the focus to the occupation analysis. So it's similar to the Wall-E, but the users of this app are more data analysts and less citizen, because it's oriented to someone that is an expert of the labor market. So in this application, I can select, of course, the location. In this case, I'm using the entire US region, and I selected the occupation. In this case, this occupation, in this case, we don't use the European standard because we are in the US. So we have two options. We can use the ONET standard. ONET is the same of ESCO for the US market. But we have also some internal taxonomy, because in our team, internally for our customer, we develop the taxonomy, because of course ESCO is beautiful because it's the same language for all the countries. But with ESCO, we are unable, for example, to go deeper with some kind of occupation. We have only, for example, the system analyst, but we don't have the data scientist, the software developer. We cannot see the difference between Java developer and Python developer. So when the customer asks us, okay, the market is asking for, I don't know, 100,000 software developer, but they are really software developer, or they are more Java developer, Python developer, or other type of developer. So in this case, we try to develop custom taxonomy. Of course, it's not standard, so we cannot use the taxonomy across countries, but in some cases, it's beautiful. Also, in Europe, we have this kind of approach. It's the same, because we need always to try to answer some specific question. So in this case, I'm using the BGT occupation for the US market. I try to search, for example, I try to look not to necessity occupation, for example, to sales. So sales representative. I apply the filter, and in this case, I can, of course, I am watching to the last year of job vacancy, job posting. So the search focus is to the last year. As you can see, I have a lot of data. Respect with the European data or the ETF data presented by Alessandro with a dashboard. In this case, I have other type of KPI, of course, because we have more complex data for the US market and the UK market for the labor market. As you can see, for example, you have the salary, the minimum salary, the medium salary, the max salary. I can watch to this data overall or by education. Or by experience, so I can watch to the difference between the salary of the demand. I can go to a job qualification, so the experience from the junior profile to the senior profile, and I can also try to analyze the specific skill. Of course, in this case, the skill explorer is not with only for the last month, but we try to observe the evolution of the skill during the last month with the reference of the last 10 years of data. So as you can see, we try to classify each single skill in the necessary skill. In this case, when I speak about the necessary skill, are specialized skill for occupation required for that job and relevant cross over similar job. So in this case, these skills are necessary, but are not distinguished skill. So as you can see, for the sales representative, I have the customer contact. I can also try to look to the projected growth of the skill for the next 2 years. In this case, I have always a grow, but if I go deeper, I can see, for example, in this case, I can have some skill but go down. So starting from the essential skill, I can go deeper to the defined skill. Defined skill represent the day-to-day task and the responsibility of the job. So are more practically more nearest to the hard skill, the concept of hard skill. As you can see, I have business management, the inside sales, I have the customer service, and you know, for the sales representatives, they are the main skill. And I can go deeper, for example, with the distinguished skill, but in this case, distinguished skill are advanced skill, where when you have this type of skill and you are a sales representative, you can, for example, have grow, of course, in your career and in your salaries. As you can see, I have this specific skill with, for the business to business, so the concept of B2B, this for the direct sales, the account management, the use of CRM software. In this case, in this dashboard, I only see the first 10 skills, and if I want to go deeper in detail of the market, I can observe all the skills requested for this type of profile during the last year and with a reference of the last 2 years, and I have all the detail. So this is another example of application. Of course, in this case, to build this type of app, we need more detailed taxonomy, and also we have to collect some data in high quality, because in this case it was impossible. Okay, so let's me to go deeper in detail to the concept of digitalization. So now I try to present to you another case of analysis of a skill. In this case, we ran this type of report a couple of years ago for the labor market in Germany. So in this case, we have the last 4 years of data from 2014 to 2018. So we have a quite long time series, and with a type of time series, we were able to analyze the evolution of the skill. In particular, our scope is to try to create an index to measure the digitalization of the work, because we wanted to compare digitalization with the famous study of Frey and Osborne about the automatization of the occupation. So, first of all, our study is started with the definition of the skill degree. What is in our mind the skill degree? The skill degree is the frequency of occurrence of skill of a certain category in a given occupation. So, for example, if an occupation is characterized by a skill degree of, I don't know, 42%, it means that 32% of the skill found in all the vacancy that refer to the specific occupation belong to the hard category. So we computed this skill degree for each category of skill, so hard skill, soft skill, digital skill, across each occupation and each occupation group. You know, the famous study of Frey and Osborne from Oxford of 2017, if I remember, was built on top of the SOC occupation, and in our data, usually we extract for European market the ISC occupation. So we have built a crosswalk between the VG taxonomy, so between ESCO and SOC, with the goal to calculate this skill degree not for the ESCO group inside the occupation, but for the SOC group. Of course, in the table 2 of this slide, as you can see, we are able to explain the probability of automation because the study of Frey and Osborne about the estimation of the probability of comparisation was built on top of some definition of the occupation, of some survey, of some study. We try to recompute this index of computerization, not from some definition, so not from small data, but we used our data. So as you can see, we have a lot of insight with this approach, because in this case, we are using the real labor market to compute the risk of computerization. And what is the value added by our approach in this case? The value added is because first, we characterized the probability of automation in terms of detailed skill required by the market across the year, across the different sector, and across each occupation group. And also, we can learn the possible interaction between a skill, and when different type of skill are complement or substitute in a job, we can use this type of bridge to create a sort of transition between occupation. Of course, this is the starting point. So from this evidence, we try to move this exercise to a local market. So we create this type of analysis for the labor market in Germany. Okay, so what are the questions? Because you know, to start a report, to start a research, we need to start from some question. Of course, if you have big data, it's the same. So what are the questions that started our study? The aim was to measure and to quantify digitalization in the demand across occupation for the German labor market. Of course, we wanted to understand the spread of digital skill across different dimensions of labor market. So starting from a granular analysis for each single job posting to this change of visualization of skill during the time, during the year specifically, in the different regions of Germany and with different socioeconomic factors. In this case, we are using a large data set because we don't have only 1 year of data inside the system, but we have 4 years of data. So, first of all, we have defined an index because as you see a couple of hours ago, it's impossible to put in one chart, to put in one table for 400 million job postings. So we created an index. The scope of the index is to try to measure the digitalization and the risk of automation for each single occupation inside the labor market in Germany. So we started to estimate the percentages of a job posting by occupation, but of course for individual skill. We have removed from the dataset the non-digital skill. Then we have summed the percentage of digital skill to create the final index, and we extend the index using external dataset. So this is the methodology to compute this index. Of course, this analysis is run not with an online application, it's an analysis run offline. We try different strategy, and this is the best strategy that we have found to measure this type of phenomenon, so digitalization and the risk of automatization with our data. Of course, when we compute this index, this digital index across different occupations, we found different behavior. Of course, we have a lot of occupation group where the digital distance is very high. Of course, we have web developers, web technicians, so the ICT occupation in general where the index is very high. And we have some, usually the elementary occupation, where this is very low. So, of course, this was expected, of course, but this is a condition to starting to work with this index across the other dimension. So from the analysis for the single occupation, we can try to look how the skills are changed during the time. So if we compute the index not for one single year, but for 4 different years from 2014 to 2018, if we compute this index across different occupation different occupation, different sector, and we try to observe the index different between the period, as you can see, we observe that generally visualization in Germany from 2014 to 2018 is always growing. So starting for not only for the city occupation, but for all of the group of occupation, for the professional, for the technician, for the manager. As you can see in this case, the pink bar is related to 2014, the green bar to 2018. For all of the occupation group, digitalization is growing. And also, as you can see, the difference between the different digitalization between different group population is less. So we observe that the digitalization is growing for each occupation group, and where the digitalization is was not present in 2014, now in 2018, the study was for 2018, is we have more grow in this case. Of course, we can also try to put this type of index on a map. As you can see, if we try to put the index on a map, the evidence is that the more industrialized zone for the Germany, so across the area of Hamburg, the Berlin, and we can to go deeper inside not only the region, but inside the province. As you can see, we have a region where visualization is more present with visualization, where we have the blue zone, the more blue zone, or area where visualization is less present. This is the normal market, you know, where we have a concentration of employer. In this case, we have a concentration of visualization. Of course, we also try to calculate the correlation between the digitalization, so digitalization in occupation, digitalization in economic sector, digitalization in regional province with the salary. As you know, we don't have Greater Square, but of course, the 24% of the phenomenon was explained by the digital index. So it's a starting point to try to observe how the salary is growing or not growing during the year. Last evidence about some socioeconomic factor. So in this case, we are trying to increase our data set. We are using on gender classification across the occupation. Of course, the gender is not present in Europe in the job advertisement because we have legislation and it's impossible to put the gender inside the text, but we can use some machine learning model to try to predict the gender requested from the text, or we can use some external data set, for example, from Eurostat and so on, to try to link each single occupation with the predominant gender from some survey or some other data set. So as you can see in this case, we have used this approach to calculate the association between the digital index with the gender. As you can see, the distribution of the majority occupation is clearly wider, and we have a substantial difference between the female-dominated occupation between the male-dominated occupation. So it's another approach to try to understand better the evolution of the labor market across here. Of course, we can compute this type of analysis not only for the last year, but across different years. So we can try to understand the evolution and predict what will happen in the next 2 years. Now I return the floor to Alessandro. I don't know if you have some question in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, the meanwhile, we are seeing some question on the chat. I try to answer the last three. I hope not having missed anyone else. The first one is from Zakele, that's asking us there is a tool used to determine which kind of data have to be analyzed, or it comes as a requirement from a stakeholder, or is determined by the data scientist. Well, in this case, what generally the general approach that we apply is to, first of all, to share with our stakeholder what we are collecting and what we are classifying. So first of all, we want to be really transparent in what we can expose, which kind of data we have, and even some insights regarding the coverage of those data. For instance, we know that we have salary, but salary is not present so much within web advertisements. So we have information. Before using it, we have to deal about the quality, the coverage, and the scope, the goal of a stakeholder. After this, we often provide something like an advisory role. So we support our stakeholders in defining and understanding the final goal of the initiative, and then we support selecting the right portion of the data and even defining if it's feasible or not to answer some question. For instance, there are several customers asked us to understand gender diversity in Europe. This is something that currently is not possible. It's really risky to be extracted from European advertisements due to the low constraint that Mauro mentioned before. Regarding the question from Vladimir, that's asking about the case of Germany that Mauro was presenting, he said that it's interesting to understand how changing in other special skills are correlated with growth of digital skills. Yeah, of course, it could be that some skills are migrated to digital skills due to a lack of, let me say, specialized skills, or in how we call them, hard skills. Yeah, this is one of the part of our work. We are doing it. We have an Italian initiative on it. Let me just share it. It was not part of a presentation, but not a problem at all. In this case, what we have is the Italian, unfortunately, it's only in Italian. This is the Italian platform of the Italian Observatory of Digital Competencies, that's sponsored by the Italian Ministry of Innovation. In this case, within this initiative, with consortium, we are analyzing how digital skills are evolving across time, even compared to specialized skills. So which kind of migration of IT-related and not IT-related occupation are evolving. So is the digitalization of a profession related to a lack of hard skills? So for instance, if I work of machineries within manufacturing sector, are digital skills complementing my original skills or are substituting them? This is one part of our research activity, of course. Is not really straightforward to be answered, because some tools, some hard skills can be digitalized without affecting their own nature. For instance, if I'm working on numeric control machineries, I have to develop some digital skills, but does not change the kind of work that I'm doing. On the other hand, if I'm working on warehouses in logistics, digital skills are replacing my original skills, because there is a digitalization of my sector, because all the sector of logistics and distribution is being affected really in a really heavy way by digitalization. So of course, it's not so easy to answer to it, but it's part of what we call our applied research team. So taking a look, taking a brilliant look to the data, trying to answer those specific questions. Thanks, Vladimir. And
yes, sorry, Alessandro,
yeah.
I put also the link to the report. It's public about the labor market in German, and I think you can find some insight about the methodology and also the data that we have used, and also the approach, not only for the digital skill, but also there is some other insight.
Thanks, Mauro. Thank you very much. And okay, regarding digital skill rate analysis, Eduardo is asking us it. Of course, in this case, we can see at it like using this tool here. What we're analyzing are digital skill rates on ICT-related professions. And what we can see are, if the dashboard loads, are the digital skills across the different ICT occupation. In this case, we classified with respect to a SEN taxonomy, the standard taxonomy related to IT professions. But we saw, for instance, in this case, we are seeing that the ICT operation manager has a high level, a high rate of soft skills compared, for instance, to the data scientist that has a high rate of digital skills. So, of course, this is a brief view, but can summarize that those two occupations are quite different. There is something in their daily activities that's different. We can dig into it, of course, and we can check, okay, how they are different, why they're different, and we will find that ICT operation manager has a lot of management skills related to team management, relation management with other managers, and so on. While the data scientist, of course, must be more focused on operational activities, so much more focused on innovative skills, novel skills, and so on. Related to the other question of Eduardo asked us if we have some similar analysis of what Mauro showed us before on digitalization of jobs, occupation in the period of pandemic. Yeah, we have them, of course. We have even an analysis of how skill set changes and how skills are emerging during the pandemic, and so how occupation can benefit by transition toward occupation that can ensure a more stable and reliable job for the future. And this is part of one of our research, one of our most recent research, that's called After the Storm. After the Storm is a white paper that we developed in the last month. I guess that Mauro can send us the link on the chat. It's publicly available, of course, and it was aimed to answer to some questions. During the pandemic, as Burning Glass, we saw, of course, as all in the world, that what we saw during the pandemic is something without any precedent. We never saw something similar. A stop of overworld, the lockdown. Most of us are stuck at home, maybe even not in their hometown since the last year. During the last year, we learned how to meet together from Zoom, from Teams, from Skype. Eduardo knew my family, my baby, my home. I had the opportunity to know her husband due to this pandemic. So it was something without any precedent. And how this is changing the way even of work, because even work is changing. We lost several professions, several positions, several companies had big issues, and we'll have issues in the future. So how those data can help us restarting after this pandemic? It's not an easy question, of course. We tried to answer, or at least to give our contribute, let me say. I don't want to say that we found a solution. No, we don't have it, but we try to make our contribute. And we did it, analyzed, okay, how labor market is changing, how we can be ready for the next change of the next month and year, when we hope we will come back to live, to travel, to meet each other. And we analyzed, first of all, okay, how skills are changing. In this case, we focus on digital skills, but we made something really similar on the non-digital world, of course, because all the world is not digital, is not managed by DevOps and Bitbucket skills. But we saw that skills changed really a lot compared to the last decades. What we saw in the last 2 years was something really interesting and really disruptive. We saw a big increase of the YouTube skills we analyzed why the YouTube skill is emerging. And that's because those data are based on US labor market. And in US, YouTube was a platform for to make lessons from home. In Europe, we are using, or other countries and countries, we're using Zoom, we're using other platforms. But in US, we used a lot YouTube. And we saw it thanks to our US colleagues, the dads and moms that explained us what was happening. And we saw even that some skills were really emerging during the last 12 months, and those skills was redesigned in the way that we were looking at some standard occupation or quite stable occupations. We saw that several, for instance, in this case, for the product manager, the production technician, the actuary related to the insurance world, they were changing a lot their skill set. So digitalization is disruptive. We had some, let me say, even to answer Eduardo, we had some obsolete skills that were becoming obsolete due to the COVID impact. The COVID was accelerating this disruptive change. And we tried to say, okay, but can we do something more over than analyzing what's happening and say, okay, the world is changing, thanks. Yeah, we can do something more. And we tried to analyze, first of all, if there is a possibility to support people in professional transition. So we analyzed, this is something that was born, started from the occupation similarity that Mauro presented you before. So we tried to analyze, okay, there is a way to help in skill transition people saying, okay, you can move from a less stable occupation, a retail worker, to a more stable occupation that's having an increase of advertisement in the last 3-4 months, such as the customer user support specialist. Of course, you need to change your skills, you need to learn something, but we can say you analyzing data in a really actual and objective way, that there is a way, there are skills that you can learn, and there is even, this is due to the work culture of US, there is even a way to trying to put some numbers around of it. And this created this skill, this slide. So we can say that if you're a computer user support specialist and you want to migrate to another occupation, you have some skills to be learned, but you can even associate to the learned of these skills and increase of your salary, in addition to the stability of work. And so we created something like a framework that Burning Glass in US shared with the government of US to support professional transition, to create some focused training programs, to help citizens overcoming this really difficult period. But I don't want to say, okay, we are angels. No, Burning Glass is a company. I wanted just to show you that we can create something really powerful, both for citizens, for population, but even from an analytical point of view, because we can do it based on the same data. We can say that we showed you before. In this case, due to the US culture, we have more coverage of salaries, so we can apply a salary premium, we can say, to each skill, due to the granularity of data, due to the coverage, salary, of course, but the methodology, the approach, the analytical approach behind those analyses is the same that we presented you in Wallaby, in skill, in occupation similarities, and in all use cases that we presented you today and in the last days. I hope it's what was clear. Thanks to Mauro and Eduardo for sharing this study. Mauro shared with you a study that we did with the ILO, and Eduardo shared with you the page of Burning Glass where we are presenting this study that's called After the Storm. I guess, sorry, Eduardo, we ran out of time.
Yes, I just want to ask: is there in the After the Storm is there any measure or any indication of salary premium for other skills that are not these very sort of narrowly defined digital skills, like I don't know, resilience or adapt to change, if that can be called a skill?
Okay, yeah, it's something that's not part currently of the After the Storm, because due to the really less elapsed time that we had to prepare it, governments asked us to focus on those kind of occupation and skills. But this is something that in US data we have. Our models apply salary premia to almost all skills that we are extracting on US data. I guess that maybe we can even prepare, why not, a webinar talking about it, talking about this kind of experience with maybe with Davor or with Bledi, our chief economist officer that Eduardo met some time ago. I guess we can talk about it. We have this data behind our studies and our analysis.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. There is, yes, a final question from Hind. Let me just translate it.
It's basically the wish that the platform, meaning the data system, the dashboard, includes also supply side information. So the information on the supply of competences. Including, of course, the information on programs, curricula, comparing with the demand of the labor markets. And of course, identify the mismatch or the gaps between supply and demand.
We can say this is something that that we are doing, something like the Wally Edu, the example I presented to you before, talking about the University of Trento, one of the Italian universities. I must say, this is something that we are working on. This is something that we are currently, as Burning Glass, not so strong, because we are creating something on it. We are creating several initiatives. One of the initiatives is the course tagging, in addition to the job advertisement tagging. So we are, even for US market, we proposed this platform for several universities, Harvard, MIT, Oxford, and so on, that are using our system to tag their system, to tag their course degrees, description documents, extracting the skills provided, the kind of occupation prepared, and so on, to create an entry point for a skill mismatching analysis. On our Italian experience with the University of Milano Bicocca, we are trying to apply those data with Mauro and Fabio, two colleagues from the university. We are applying those algorithms even to resumes, so to curricula, trying to structure them, formalize them, and again, once that we have formalized them using the same taxonomies that we presented you in those days, we can compare them to the market. And we are working on, let me say, the occupation similarity, the algorithms that Mauro showed you. We are working on a review of this algorithm to transform it in within, okay, you have a level of professionalism. Which kind of skill transition do you need to be matching, to be best matching to what the labor market is asking for? This is a mixture of what we have seen in After the Storm, of Mauro's algorithms, and of addition of resume parsing.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Right.
Thank you. Excellent. Amazing.
I guess not seeing, we have some more minutes for some questions. In the meantime, while waiting for some new question coming on the chat, I wanted to thank again the interpreters of those sessions. I know it is really hard work, even following me and Mauro. We talk quite fast, quite confusing. So it's not so easy. We even talk with some technical terms. So really, thank you very much for your work and for your profession.
Mhm.
And of course, a big thanks to Eduarda for organizing these beautiful sessions.
Thank you to you. So what would you like now to do next before we do the closing session, etc.? Do you want to engage in some additional hands-on analysis or so, as we have on the agenda, and maybe some questions and answers additional? We will still have just a couple of bullet points, and then this evaluation, but the evaluation is quick.
Okay, I guess that maybe we have two alternatives, I guess, but we can engage our attendees with the practical session, so we can share with them some extractions from our Tunisian experience and let them play with it. Or on the other hand, we can present another use case, but I guess it's quite the same for us. What do you think it's more interesting and intriguing?
I think we could look at either Tunisia or Ukraine experience, the one you prefer. So just to go a little bit more into the ETF own project.
Yes, of course. Let me just check it. I guess that I have, currently have the Tunisian dashboard open, but it's the same. Let me just share it, my screen. Okay, yes, it's loading. So, okay, it's loading. So coming back to this dashboard, it was one of the first dashboards that we presented you during this 3 days session. This is, and now with the knowledge that you have acquired in those 3 days, you can be really more confident in analyzing it because you know what's behind those analysis. This is the dashboard that we created after a year of work with ETF. During the 2020, we created 2 dashboards. This dashboard for the Tunisian country and an exactly equivalent for the Ukrainian country. The kind of approach is almost the same. The type of the dashboard is exactly a copy. What's changing behind is the filter, focusing on Tunisia, focusing on Ukraine. So we can select this first one, but just as an example to show you the kind of storytelling that we created, but even talking about the experience, the project experience that we had with ETF. During the first day, I told you about the stakeholders around the project, a big data for LMI project. In this case, for this kind of project, the main stakeholders are, of course, the project sponsor and the project manager, the main reference for the project. In this case, for us was ETF with Eduarda, and in addition, we decided to define a scientific committee that supported us in evaluating how the project was proceeding, that the methodology was followed as expected. And this scientific committee was composed again by ETF with our colleagues from the University of Milano Bicocca, that was the actors that created the KDD for LMI methodology with us. And then we had 2 other actors. The first one are the ICs, so the international country experts. I'll come back now to their work. And the last actor was Burning Glass, so us. So the technical part behind the system. The work of our international country experts was something crucial to ensure the success of this kind of project. Why? Because we had to find some experts within the specific countries that helped us understanding several things. The first thing was to say, okay, I'm new to Tunisia. I don't know Tunisian or Ukrainian labor market, and I have to find the portals that I have to ingest data from. How I can do it, which kind of portals I can select. I can Google them, I can have some research, but I don't have the right level of confidence on the country-specific labor market because I don't live in Tunisia or Ukraine. So we asked those international country experts to help us finding finding the most relevant sources. So the country expert helped us. We prepared an initial set of sources saying, okay, we found those sources. We think that they could be relevant. Please help us integrate it, change the list of sources if needed, help us find the most relevant. And so this was the landscaping activity. So activity aimed to find the most relevant sources. After these phases, we even asked the international country expert to prepare a report presenting the labor market behavior in the specific country. Because of course, we are talking about web labor market, but is web labor market something with a culture? There is a culture of web labor market in specific country. There is an history. There are years of experience of it, or it's something that's emerging now. This is one of the aspects to be analyzed while analyzing those data, because if I'm seeing a trend of web labor market, but the web labor market is something emerging in a country, maybe it will not be, it will not reflect the real behavior of labor market in a country, of course. So our international country experts supported us in this work, so supported us with the list of sources and creating a document that was presenting the actual state of the art of labor market and web labor market, so digitalization of the country and so on. Then we started collecting data for the specific countries, and of course, we encountered advertisements in different languages. In this case, talking about Tunisian experience, the main languages were French and English. But if I switch the same dashboard to the Ukrainian experience, the situation could be quite different. Let me just switch to it and see the same page on the other country. Russian and English, and so on. So Ukrainian, of course, but we found this situation, this behavior. Okay, I don't know Russian. Russian is not part of the ESCO taxonomy and of the other taxonomy. So we need to find a way to classify those data. We need to find a way to link Russian, Ukrainian terminology to the most proper ESCO occupation. So what we did was to produce a list of terms extracted by our system from the web pages that we were collecting data from, and sending them to our international country experts, asking them to, okay, please, let's classify them manually. I'm giving you a term, most likely can be associated to an occupation, to an ESCO occupation. Please help me classify the occupation, the ESCO occupation for this term, and do it for some hundreds of terms to help our system starting classifying something. So starting understanding the Russian, Ukrainian, or other languages. Then after this initial phase, we let the system classify all the data, so classifying occupation, sectors, and so on. And then we produced an initial draft of the system. And we shared it to our country experts again for two main purposes. The first purpose was to say, okay, please, we tried to train our system. It's not easy to do it. Maybe the system did not understood all very well. Please make a review. Help us understanding if the system is overfitting some terms, if the system is not working as expected. Please help us retune it. So the country expert helped us doing it, helped us say, no, this term is not related to this occupation, is related to another occupation, or is just noise. And we used this experience to retrain the system and increase results. After this part, the country expert helped us both reviewing the layout of the dashboard, trying to find the best way to expose data to them, and even helped us on some high-level validation. So saying, for instance, I guess that the distribution across educational level, maybe it's not so correct, it could be wrong. So help us understand. We deeply analyzed it. We found that there were two main reasons. The first one was an issue within the system, and so we fixed it again. And the second one was that, of course, web labor market was a part of actual labor market. So some behaviors were expected. So we fine-tuned the system, and after this year of work, we deployed the system. Now the system is alive, is monthly refresh. We will refresh those data, I expect, in the next week, more or less, and then we will be able to analyze all the advertisement published until the end of May 2021. So this was the journey that we had with our stakeholders, in particular with our international country experts. Is not an easy journey, in particular when we had to deal with a new language like Ukrainian and Russian. It will not be easy when we will have to deal with it on Georgian, and that's why we needed, and Eduardo found for us the best team possible to work on Georgia, and so we will have more or less the same experience. And we expect, confident, to produce at the end of this year this same dashboard that you are seeing for Ukraine or for Tunisia, to create the same dashboard even for Georgia.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Alessandro. I'd like to ask participants if they have specific suggestions or questions. I see that for Mohamed Slassi from Morocco, who is a very active professional stakeholder. He has been many years a leader, I would say, in terms of qualifications and training in the Moroccan Confederation of Employers, also in the branch observatory. He has written a comment, and I would like to ask Mohamed, can you share a little bit some of your views? Let's say you have 2-3 minutes, express a bit your views. What is it that can be done differently, new, maybe more granular, maybe more efficiently in terms of this veille du marché du travail and matching and all the very important ambitions that any country has in terms of a more efficient skills development system in the country. Can you share your views, Mohamed? You are always very eloquent.
Oui, merci, merci Eduarda de me donner la parole. Je mets la vidéo également. Merci beaucoup à tous les intervenantes et tous les intervenants. Vraiment, c'était 3 jours extrêmement intéressants, extrêmement riches. J'ai énormément appris. Qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait faire, je vais dire, d'innovant, parce que il s'agit d'innovation ici, pas de façon différente. Il s'agit véritablement d'apporter une réelle valeur ajoutée, à la fois, comme je l'ai dit, pour le système d'enseignement et de formation professionnelle, mais également en faveur des programmes actifs d'emploi. Parce que là, nous avons à la fois un instrument qui permet de monitorer en temps réel la demande de travail et de donner des informations raffinées qui vont jusqu'à les acquis d'apprentissage, donc un lien direct avec les certifications et donc qui sont alignés sur les demandes réelles du marché du travail, mais également renseigne de la même façon les acteurs qui sont en charge de l'animation du marché du travail. Les acteurs ici au Maroc, comme l'ANAPEC, peuvent effectivement exploiter ce type d'outils de façon extrêmement efficace et peut apporter une réelle valeur ajoutée à leur travail. J'ai vu que nous avons une collègue ici également très enchantée qui est Madame Hind et Madame, je crois, une autre personne de l'ANAPEC, et je vois tout leur enthousiasme qu'ils partagent avec moi. Et je voudrais même lancer une initiative, c'est effectivement mettre en place une task force ou pas une task force, disons un think tank qui permettrait effectivement comment exploiter rapidement toute cette connaissance et la transformer en instrument, je dirais, rapide pour qualifier cette demande de travail. Nous avons un certain nombre d'exemples qui ont été démontrés tout à l'heure pour notamment l'application qui a été faite pour l'Italie, pour la région de Catalogne, serait vraiment très utile à mettre en place pour le Maroc. Je lance cette initiative, mais il y en a beaucoup d'autres. Voilà, je vous remercie beaucoup. Et je vous félicite pour ces 3 jours extrêmement intéressants et qui ouvrent, comme je l'ai dit, des perspectives réellement concrètes pour l'amélioration de notre système d'enseignement et de formation professionnelle.
Merci beaucoup, Mohamed. Comme toujours, compte tenu aussi de ta connaissance de ces matières pendant beaucoup d'années, je suis vraiment ravie de tes propositions, notamment cette proposition de lancer une initiative et pourquoi pas, peut-être même, disons, penser vers une plateforme pareille pour tous les pays de la région. Nous avons déjà la Tunisie, peut-être Maroc, imaginons l'Égypte dans l'avenir, si l'Égypte est intéressée naturellement. Merci beaucoup, ça pourrait être vraiment intéressant. Et aussi la question de la comparaison avec le même système qui fonctionne pour les pays de l'Union européenne. La comparaison est tout à fait possible puisque les bases méthodologiques, scientifiques, conceptuelles, la taxonomie sont pareilles dans le système que ETF a mis en place et celui, le grand système de l'Union européenne. Je voulais aussi, may I ask maybe another participant? I'm thinking, if possible, I'd like to ask Kamal. Would you like to express also your views and maybe some suggestions, also forward-looking? Kamal has been a permanent participant, always interested. If you would like to share some views, Kamal Armanius. You can unmute and say a few suggestions. Maybe Kamal is, and Yelena from Serbia, would you have some suggestions? Or any other colleague or any other participant who would like to share any point or ask anything to conclude this program before we start going to the closure. Okay, so we are still here. Okay, very good. Yelena, her microphone is not working, so it's okay. Elena, you can also write in the chat box, and you can also send us an email. You do have my contact. Send us any ideas or suggestions you might like to share. So let me then take 2 minutes of your time or 3 just to go through some most important bullet points. So first of all, you have all the materials and the videos of the first 2 days are already available. Naturally, the videos of this last day will also be available in the 3 languages. Yesterday, I already shared with you the links to these videos, so they are always useful if you want to recap something. Myself, I'm going to recap some of the sessions of today, and particularly look at the show cooking of Mauro and try to replicate. I see that Hind has the hand raised. Let me just finish, Hind, or let me pass you the floor, Hind. I just finished this small part and then I go back. So you already, you have all the materials, the presentations, the handbook, various reports, the videos. We will send you, of course, also a collection, and Alessandro will also give us, let's say, a package of the notebooks and examples that were done, so that you can follow up and train on your own. And so this is all, this package of information and knowledge is going to be further developed for you. We will also have a dedicated page in ETF Open Space, which you can always consult when necessary. Now I pass the floor to Hind, because Hind has some points, and then I come back to the final remarks. Hind, vous avez la parole, vous voulez partager avec nous quelques idées.
Oui, et bonjour.
Bonjour Hind, merci.
Je réitère justement mes remerciements. C'était un plaisir de partager avec vous ces 3 journées qui étaient extrêmement riches. Et ça nous a permis justement de profiter pleinement de cette occasion parce que ça coïncide avec tout un système de veille digitale que nous sommes en train de mettre en place à l'ANAPEC. Et là, pour vous dire que l'ANAPEC dispose maintenant, à travers ce système, d'un système de veille digitalisé qui essaye de traiter le maximum de ce que vous nous avez transmis comme information durant ces 3 jours. Mais nous avons également notre propre système de veille prospective. Okay. Donc, ce système de veille prospective nous permet de recenser les besoins en recrutement et en formation d'adaptation des employeurs directement. Et ça, vraiment, ça nous donne une idée sur leurs besoins exacts et des données factuelles sur lesquelles on peut justement reposer l'action publique. Maintenant, la question que je me pose, comment essayer de faire combiner les deux? Donc, la plateforme digitale qui se base sur un modèle qui reste mathématique et notamment la régression linéaire et qui va nous permettre de projeter les besoins et sur la base de ce qui a été réalisé avant, qui peut être altéré par différents paramètres. Et avec les résultats que nous collectons par notre système de veille prospective qui, là, nous apporte des données exprimées directement par les employeurs. Donc, merci infiniment et c'était vraiment très riche et très, 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 très intéressant. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Hind. Pour votre question justement sur la combinaison entre les deux types de démarches, disons, on pourra discuter davantage avec vous en bilatéral et même avoir une petite réunion si ça vous plaît et pour exploiter un peu mieux justement les différentes modalités de combinaison possibles. Et merci. Je pense que d'ailleurs c'est une question qui peut aussi intéresser les collègues en Ukraine également et en Tunisie. So let me then go back to the next bullet points. I wanted just to emphasize once again, though. So we had in the beginning of this training workshop, we had some interesting views of people expressed, and one of the words that was used in the beginning was fresh data, and probably this is something quite crucial that also determines one of the distinguishing factors of this approach, fresh data, scalable. This has been also emphasized throughout our discussions, the scalability, and probably one thing that I also understood now is that scalability is certainly an important point. And we saw from the examples today that sometimes you need to reduce really the complexity of the data in order to be able to optimize also the analysis and the visualization of the analysis. Another thing that was also emphasized in various ways was skills. And maybe I think we got also different views about skills, different from what we are used to. So a very granular view on skills, really as packages, as very small packages that can be identified, that can be followed and connected. From this broader view of skills that is quite like competences, and in certain language it's called simply les compétences, to very granular understanding of skills. And this is the identification, the capture of all this is possible, well, through this method, if we can call it a method. I think we also got a clear view about transition and how the approach helps to understand transitions in different ways of transitions, transition between occupations that are declining in terms of demand and attractability and salaries, etc., to occupations that are on the rise. So these transitions, and yeah, according to many of the newest analyses, also on the period of the COVID, transitions will be so fundamental. There will be many more transitions than it was expected before the pandemic. And it is said that half of us will have to reskill because we need to adapt to all these transitions that are partial transitions, not full. It's not that jobs are going to be destroyed, but they change so radically. And I think this genome of the skills in jobs, etc., was also well presented in the case study that we had on the second day, presented by Davor, and then also seen concretely through the tools. One thing we learned also today, and I liked very much this sentence, is how this analysis can help decision makers, governments, the state, so the state policy, the public policy, to help workers lower their risk of displacement. So to give people a new chance through this analysis of transitions, also the distance or the similarities that were also presented from a very technical data science point of view by Mauro and Alessandro. Probably these are also interesting kind of discoveries in a way, how from the data, from the almost pure data science, we can extrapolate then to the humans we are, and to the social policies related that can interpret and use all this. I was very pleased to hear a talk about course tagging, so an entry point to identify mismatch, and let us try to do something about this also, course tagging, and the possibility then to use again this part of the approach to compare and to find differences, gaps and mismatches with the skills demanded by the market, always all in the same, let's say, package. I think it was very useful today to learn about the novelties of ESCO and to see how ESCO is trying to embrace a wider range, not only of skills, new skills hierarchy, new terms, as you have seen, that are captured, that are incorporated, 515 new concepts in ESCO, including from occupation, skills, etc. But also the fact that ESCO is free, is open, and is also open for cooperation and creating new relations. I think that one of the things we try to do in ETF is exactly to create, to reinvent these relations. And I think everything we have been doing these 3 days is exactly about these relations. We saw it in various ways, from the wonderful graphs and the data graphs or that were presented, down to the conversations and the fact that we have so different countries around the table, all trying to understand, learn, and maybe get together later again. So in September, there will be another training program. We will reshuffle the content and the focus, etc., bearing in mind various factors. And we will be in touch with you. And now we have a little time, 5 minutes or so, for the evaluation. My colleague Alina has already shared the link to the evaluation. If you don't mind opening it, it is really quick. It's just 5 questions, I think. Very quick, and it helps us improve or fine tune or change some aspects for the next activity, for the next program of this kind. So we, of course, we will come back to you with some nice certificates that will, let's say, be a testimony of a new skill that you have acquired through these 3 days. And hopefully it can be also, you know, a way to create a link between us all. So it's a link, a skill linking us all together. Before saying goodbye, I'd like to say, of course, a big thank you to everybody, and to Alessandro and Mauro, of course, to our interpreters, and wish us all good luck and health. Stay safe. I hope everybody will have a chance of the vaccine, of getting the vaccine. It's so fundamental. And Alessandro, would you like to say something also to encourage our colleagues to engage further in learning more about this amazing science?
Okay, thanks, Eduardo. First of all, thanks, honest, from my heart. Thanks from all. And yeah, we are in a world where training is possible. We can learn from anything. We can access learning material from anywhere, from our mobile phone without any costs. There are a lot of platforms with material, and me and Mauro are still learning. Yep. Every day is good to learn. We need to learn something new every day. So it's an awesome journey. It's something that all of us can do. If you want to, if you need some material, if you need something more, please don't hesitate to write us. You have our contacts in your email. But it's really an awesome and intriguing journey to be done.
Thank you very much, Alessandro, Mauro. We will meet again, hopefully, inshallah, in September with more chocolates and new knowledge. And please, colleagues, send us your news. How are you using this knowledge? What else would you like to do with it? Do you like to engage with ETF in creating some project in your own country? Please, just think about it. Come back to us. It is just a start. Let's continue. Let's continue this discovery. I just would like to ask Alina if everything is okay with the evaluation. Everybody has received, I think, the link. Yeah? Yes, I can repost it if not. Okay, so thank you very much to the interpreters team and to Melissa and her team as well for the preparation, and to the interpreters for the incredible work done these 3 days. It's not an easy interpretation, of course not. So I think we can say goodbye, and if you don't mind, let us open the cameras, all those who are still here with us. Samia, Yelena, George, Kamal, I can see you. Sashka, oh, Sashka, how are you doing? Good to see you. So will we make a picture with smiles, yeah? Thank you very much, colleagues. See you. Merci, Mohamed, Revana, everybody. Let's keep in touch. Any messages, any ideas. We are together. Bye.
Bye all.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Very much.
Au revoir. Merci.
Merci.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Finalement, je... grazie mille, Alessandro e Mauro.
Di niente, Edoardo, è sempre un piacere.
Grazie.
Ci sentiamo presto.
Grazie.
Ciao, a presto. Grazie, Alina.
Goodbye. Thank you very much. Merci. До свидания.